Okay. Test. Okay, cool. Right. Right. Here. Hello. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
All right. Just one. All right. Sorry. All right, just setting up the thing. I'm already streaming, by the way. Prime. Just I wanted to get any like problems out of the way. All right, sweet. All right. Are you good to go, Prime?
Oh, I don't know if maybe he can't hear you. Testing. Brian?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Sorry.
Okay, cool. All right.
Sorry.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for coming in. The anti-Maha pro-science panel meets again. I couldn't meet last week because of the Mother's Day weekend thing that we were doing, and hilariously enough, zero science news, of course, happened, and nothing big happened. No, all the cruise ships docked as normal, and that's just right. Easy.
They were playing it low key for the mothers.
I know. Yeah, so convenient. So convenient how that always happens. That was crazy. I couldn't believe all that stuff happened. Yeah, I mean, what were you guys thinking with the hantavirus stuff as it was happening? What were you going to? I'm curious.
Well, back in when I took a virology course, actually, this is like over 10 years ago now. Whatever, we had to do a project or choose a virus and write about the virus, and the hantavirus was pretty much my virus of choice.
Oh, interesting. So that's cool.
Had a solid foundation on it and knew how it was transmitted. I was mostly curious, as in like I was not particularly worried about this being the start of a next pandemic. Although I could be wrong about that. But so far, I think very, very low concern. But all that to say, I was mostly concerned of like, yeah, how this little mini outbreak happened, based off of how it's transmitted. And let's say, no surprise, at least based off of what I've read, it's a very bizarre set of circumstances, or rather, I don't like. I don't know why a person, if in fact it is true about how the first case got it, I don't know why a person is doing that on a cruise.
Well, they were sightseeing birds. They were like bird ornithologists, and they were on the waste places. You know, and basically they were sightseeing on there, and then they had some type of fecal transplant with a rodent, and the rodent feces got on their, presumably their hands maybe, and then they touched their face, and then they got they got infected that way. Yeah,
that's my understanding. Or rather, let's say, what I read is like I don't know if it was explicitly like a landfill, but like some sort of similar situation to a landfill. And like, even though I can understand why someone is doing bird watching, but like, again, I don't know why they're going to that particular place. Like,
the reason why is because because rodents are attracted to landfills, and birds are attracted to the rodents. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure there's many other places to find birds.
Yeah, I mean, but when someone came into my life and was like, "What are they doing with the birds? How are they catching them? They're so far away," and I'm like, "Well, obviously, bro, they're looking at the birds through binoculars." Someone thought they got it from the birds. I'm like, no, it's just it's just crazy. All of the I guess, like, as I was seeing it happen, like zoonotic spillover events happen a lot. That's the thing that people really need to realize, is that the spillover events happen frequently. Whether or not they're like a pandemic potential, I think, is like the big thing that really like puts it over the top, right? And there's special criteria that have to be met in order for that to happen. So I wasn't worried as much as I was like shocked that it kind of triggered so much of the like post-COVID PTSD that people have.
Yeah, understandably, people are on edge for justifiable reasons.
Yeah. What'd you think, Prime?
I have less thoughts about the COVID situation. Sorry, not COVID, hantavirus situation. It's I don't know. It seems like people basically just like people are having PTSD on the situation, and like there's a big new virus, like in the story, and in the news. Sorry, the news. And then they are reacting to it. Like, oh no, is this the next thing? And I mean, I guess I can't blame them for it. When I initially saw, I was like, oh, okay, whatever. Like, it seems like the situation I was under control. I just like literally looking at the headlines. I'm like, this seems fine, whatever. And then a friend sent it to me, and like, hey, maybe we should like really be looking into this. And so I did, and then like it seems like the transmission, the method of transmission is such that it's not like a pandemic candidate, as in you can't get it, right? That doesn't mean that it's not dangerous, right? It can be extremely deadly. But like, there's only a certain few diseases that have a transmission type, modus operandi or something, whatever it's called. I'm sure there's a word for this, but there's only a few that have a certain type of transmission that is conducive to a pandemic. So I'm like, okay, this is not that. And the health official seems to be completely on top of this, and it'll be taken care of. I mean, I guess like the more interesting story is with the people, and how they're reacting to it and how they're feeling about it. Right, the disease itself, again, it's like, I mean, it's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate that people caught it and that people died. But in terms of like how the rest of the world is looking at this, like for instance, the like when the ship was pulled into I believe it was the Canary Islands. and people protesting about that, right? Like because they were afraid. And I don't know. I guess I also can't blame people for having less. I mean, like as I've said before, having less trust in authority figures, because COVID was a bit of a shit show, right? Like it just it could have been done much better. Hopefully, we'll learn our lessons for next time. Hopefully, we don't have a next time, but if we do, hopefully we'll have better structures in place. But like people are just not going to be taking the words of officials. It's really unfortunate. That's not a good situation to be in, right? I don't endorse that, but just the way it is. So
yeah, dude, I don't trust anything. Go ahead, go for it.
I was gonna say, but they still trust Trump, even though if I remember correctly, like during 2020, he would think like he was downplaying it like consistently until he can no longer ignore like the reality. Same thing, like didn't Elon Musk like predict like oh yeah whatever, a dozen cases now, but it's gonna be back down to 0 in a couple weeks, and then we could just like move on. That didn't end up happening.
Exactly. Right? Yeah, unfortunately, it's hard to trust. It's hard to trust anything coming out of the Trump administration right now. It like really going to like the WHO and like other people to kind of like actually give people good advice. Yeah, these people are the Trump administration really. They're not epidemiologists. They're not virologists. Like they just don't have no idea or training in these matters. So it's hard to like recommend people follow what they're saying.
Yeah, exactly. But even then, like, yeah, I think for whatever reason, people have many people have a collective sort of like whatever misremembering of like 2020 or 2019 to 2020, because like even now, whatever, Biden gets blamed for the lockdowns in 2020, but like Trump was president in 2020.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, the science was pretty good, pretty early to know that this had like a pandemic potential. There was they basically figured out the R naught really early, that it was like really high. It was like more so than normal. 3. The original R naught for SARS-CoV-2 is around 3, and then this one is less than 1. So basically, the amount of positive people can get other positive people infected was way less. And the SARS-CoV-2 is a novel coronavirus, so our antibodies hadn't seen anything like that. So those two things kind of came together, and that's how we kind of knew pretty soon. I mean, I think it was like February 1st, 2020 that you had the first sequence coming out of SARS-CoV-2, and people saying like alerting that this could be a huge thing. So yeah, I think it was like the science was pretty good at the very beginning. It was just that we had someone that was anti-science at the helm, and I both scenarios. We both at the start of COVID, we had that cruise ship off of the coast of California, and then they did the same thing where they just let them out into the United States and Europe, and in this case, and the United States from this vessel, and I don't understand. I don't understand that in both points. Like the NHS actually, the Department of Homeland Security, overrode the CDC that wanted to go through the SARS-CoV-2 cruise ship, and they wanted to go and quarantine these people officially, use PPE, all that kind of stuff. And then the DHS for Trump overrode the CDC and just came in, no PPE, and just let these people out in the middle of Southern California. So like it's very odd. I don't understand that 3 people lose their life on a cruise ship and they just let people out off of, at dock, and they don't do any type of sequencing or like any type of scan. It's weird.
Yeah. I don't know, but so far I have very little concern so far of this.
Yeah. This one, I think the way that people have reacted, like at least with the initial people losing their lives, and it now has been good. The sequencing seems to be pretty good. Like they did sequencing analysis versus like the native Andes strain, and the the small amount of mutations that exist are seen already in the population, and those aren't, huge pandemic viruses. So yeah, that's the thing.
If anything, I think the news cycle is like making it worse because they don't seem to want to move on at all.
Yeah, there's someone in my chat that just was talking about why did they prevent ivermectin to be used. Yeah, so that's a great. Thank you for bringing up that conspiracy. I mean, it's just so wild to me that people are going back, like the grifters are going back to their mine. You know what I mean? They're cash cow guys. Guess what works? Ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. You'd never guess. The people that sell ivermectin are saying that it's okay for you, to have ivermectin for some random reason. And it's
all purpose. It'll shine your shoes, funny. Clean your windows.
I know. It's so funny, man. And of course that's happening, right? It's like, so it's what we've been saying this entire time. These guys are grifting, they're lying, they have no reason to believe this, but they're going to say it anyway, and they just do it right there. They're not even afraid of it.
Sad state of affairs.
Yeah. I think and then obviously all of the, the antivirus, the people that think that like the lab leak happened, obviously have to chime in, and they have to say that, this one too was somehow because we're not getting our COVID vaccines like we used to. And now they have to create another one, and everyone's coming in and asking, are we going to be mandated to have our vaccine now? And all. It's very weird. It's very weird, like rehashing of all the same conspiracies all over again.
I wonder if they actually even read like any articles. Like, I'm honestly like curious. Like, or was it like, hey, I saw this on Twitter, and people on Twitter or Facebook did the usual thing, blowing things out of proportion, and like they told me what an article said rather than me actually looking at the article. And then now, like the FEMA camps are going to be back, which never existed in the first place, but still Republicans. They should imagine this in their minds, right? Yeah. Like, FEMA was going to put you in camps for like a decade plus, right? But like we never got around to it, barely, right? But any day now, we're going to end up in camps. Democrats don't want to do that to us. And then you're going to trans us there, of course, right? Oh, yeah. So, like, I'm just, like, curious, like, as to, like, how many people are just, like, if you just, like, read there, I don't know, it seems like I'm not an expert myself, I'm not. But, like, it seems like they got it under control. It seems pretty fine. Yeah. Like, wait till it's not fine. Like, I don't know. I don't know how bitching online is going to change anything any which way, right? So I don't know. Let's wait till we get an update that says, okay, maybe things are more complicated than we thought.
Yeah, I think people are rehashing the same conspiracies, man. They were wrong before, and they're still wrong, but they're just trying to, just go into their same old. It's tiring, but it's also, whoa, Marsha Mello, thank you so much. That's really kind of you. Thank you. So it is, it's weird, man. It's like a Groundhog's Day of like this stuff where I don't understand why it doesn't, other than these people making like financial money off of it, right? They have a financial incentive to make sure that they still seem in front of it. And because the reality is that anyone steeped in conspiracy isn't going to be able to offer any new information or new, like, anything to the conversation, right? They're not creating any new knowledge. They're not synthesizing any new thoughts. So what happens is that they have to just step inside and step in front of something and be like, this is, I'm an expert here.
Yeah, it gives them, well, it's pretty much, this is just another opportunity for them to like go through the motions again. Like pitch all the same stuff that they did during COVID, where like, even like the lab leak theory,
it's back,
refuses
baby.
to die. Yeah. All of these things refuse to die, like no matter what, unfortunately. And like, I don't know how much, like, how long we're going to be, investigating this. I think we maxed out of like all the investigation we can do. Like, not that we know with absolute certainty, okay, that it was a zoonotic origin, but I think we're pretty highly confident at this point.
I mean, 99% sure, over 99% sure with everything. There was some type of like hearing or something this week in the House so that that brought this whole lab leaks nonsense up. Literally there's a whitehouse.gov website that is talking about how lab leak is real. Corey, I don't know if you've actually been to it, but it is like there's literally conspiracy theory websites on whitehouse.gov. It's unfathomable. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. Like the call is coming from inside the house kind of thing. It's they pushing it from the president himself, like pushing this nonsense. And now a lot of the same people that they've backed themselves into this corner, right? Like in their brains where, oh my gosh, if they thought up and created SARS-CoV-2, then obviously they have to have created this hantavirus too now. And you're like what, like how, like what in the world, man? Every virus is fake now in their minds. That viruses don't exist. That bacteria can't cause germs, and now here they are again with another conspiracy, another reality where they have to face this thing and this threat to them. And instead, it's like, no, it's the pharmaceutical companies that have created this. It's science that has created this. Scientists that have created this in the lab, and it's just
big hantavirus.
It's crazy. It is crazy, so
meanwhile, there was, I don't know if you recall, I think it was at least a year or two ago, of that actor that died from hantavirus, Gene Hackman.
Interesting.
Do you know the actor Gene Hackman? Either way.
Yeah, I do.
But either way, they were older, but they were actually, I encourage you to look up the story because it's actually a pretty bizarre set of circumstances. But basically, like, he was older and he was having health problems and he was married. But essentially, like, whatever people, I think the story was like, whatever, friends or neighbors noticed that, like, he wasn't seen around or he wasn't really contactable. And then they just found both him and his wife dead in their home. And it seems like they both passed away from hantavirus.
That's crazy. I did not know about that. Yeah, man.
That was pretty.
Guys, viruses exist. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy to have to say that, but there's people in my chat right now that are like, they're talking this nonsense, and the viruses are real. This isn't something that's made up. This is like something that is real. They give disease. Like, we have to do whatever we can in order to like fight this. And
are people like, and I'm asking this seriously, like, are people like questioning germ theory?
Exactly. Yeah. They think so. Okay. They think that germs don't exist, that viruses aren't real and bacteria aren't real, but that they are created from the terrain. So basically the body is decomposing and they are creating these things that look like bacteria or viruses or whatever, but they're actually pieces of the host that are kind of like falling off. And it's a discredited terrain theory idea of and viruses are very much real. They've been isolated, so it's wild.
Interesting.
It's because if in their minds, if viruses aren't real, then the only thing that exists, there is no danger from viruses, right? There's no disease from viruses. Therefore, the only thing that can hurt them is vaccines, right? Because vaccines aren't saving me from anything. Vaccines are actually causing me harm. Therefore, it's very convenient. It's very convenient. So it's kind of like all came like into a head now. So now they have this, and basically they kind of wrap it into Maha and like this nonsense and say, well, people aren't eating well. People are diseased now. People are, full of nanoparticles with plastics, and there's, people aren't healthy. So therefore they're more diseased. So therefore they're actually like, they're causing their own demise kind of problem.
So two things. One, my favorite is miasma theory. I think that's pretty dope, right? Like,
it's a good name, I guess.
Theory sounds.
You're on board with it?
Miasma. Yeah, like, I don't know. It seems pretty cool. Like, you got the bad humors and stuff, and the and the smells alone. Yeah, like, I don't know. That sounds like a lot of fun, right? But like, do you think that oh yeah. The other thing is that like the nanoparticles thing, right? Like the plastic. It's interesting. People would like buy into that, but nothing else, right? Like, do you know there's plastic in you? Right. The only thing, reason why, like, I have reasons to suspect there might be particles within me is because there were some news articles about that. Right. That's it. Yeah. Right. Like, I'm not like. When I pee, right? Like a little bit.
You're not with a magnifying glass, like trying to zoom in, or you don't have your makeshift microscope at home.
It's just interesting. What would you believe, though, right? Yeah. Like,
true.
Like, and I wonder. I'm like really stretching things, right? Like I'm going straight into like deep speculation here, but like, I wonder if this just sounds more believable because, like, to a certain crowd, to a certain set. Because it smacks of like it's along the lines of like corporate malfeasance, right?
Exactly.
Like the government failing us in some way, of like environmental regulations failing us in some way, right? And so like it like goes along with like a very easy to understand narrative that's already out there in the zeitgeist, right? And so they can accept this, though they've never seen, right, of a nanoparticle of plastic, right? Clearly, you can't, right? It's like literally part of the definition. So they've never seen that, but they can accept that. But germ theory, I mean, that's already integrated into another narrative in which, again, government corruption, right, along those lines, is just trying to trick you. So just a speculation.
Yeah, it was interesting doing my PhD with nanotechnology. I had never heard about it other than like, the Marvel movies where Iron Man his suit was made of nanotechnology. I was like, that's just like a buzzword to me. I didn't think that it was an actual real thing. And then like working with it, like basically the biggest misconception.
Is it as exciting as the Iron Man suit?
No, it's a lot of centrifuging and filtering and a lot of biochemistry and EDC.
Making the nanoparticles, yes.
EDC, NHS reactions, Corey,
Cross-linking, yeah, absolutely.
But basically nanoparticles naturally exist. Like I thought that they were some like new creation based off of some new physics or chemistry like that we had just discovered. And it's not true. Like nanoparticles are anything smaller than 100 nanometers. So we have tons of, single walled carbon nanotubes that naturally occur. They're actually a byproduct of like when a tree is caught on fire, like little carbon nanotubes will like spawn and like spawn off. And carbon nanotubes are actually the same size as like the tobacco mosaic virus. And the tobacco mosaic virus is actually the first virus that it was ever isolated. And that was like early 1800s or something like that. So, and that's what actually is here. So this cyan right here, this is actually a dye, a fluorescent protein dye that is connected to a single walled carbon nanotube. So you can like do things and you can coat these nanoparticles in dyes and fluorescent proteins in order to see them. But like in order to see the actual like thing, you have to use a AFM, atomic force microscopy. Like it's really hard to image them is what I'm trying to say. And like, yeah, they exist. It's like the thing is, and the problem is that because of the lipid nanoparticle, name that was attached to the carrier. So basically what happens is in order to get the nucleotides inside your body, inside your cell, they have to coat it with some fat. So basically some phospholipids that make up that fat like bilayer. It coats the nucleotides and gets into your cell. And they call it a nanoparticle because that little globular happens and it's small, it's like a little it's like a little sphere, like a little then that goes in. So that's what it is. But it's like when people hear nanoparticle, they think like this thing, which is the carbon nanotube, which is like a hair that you wrap DNA on. It's not like that. It's not like an actual piece of graphene. That was another conspiracy. Or that it makes you magnetic. That was another conspiracy. All of these things, like, yeah, dude, yeah. So it's like they're not actually things. The phospholipids literally dissolve inside your body, and they don't change your body. They don't like take over your body. So it's just like one misunderstanding. Yeah, exactly. I wish I could use my vaccines to get better 5G connection. It's just never worked out for me. Yeah, exactly, dude. Craig, exactly.
I think it really is just like, the term nanoparticle, like, because like I mean, you make anything small enough, and it's just going to qualify as a nanoparticle.
Yes,
But
exactly.
like, it's just the term itself on, for people, it just sounds like a scary term. Or like if they, since they understandably don't understand it, then that induces fear or anxiety.
Exactly.
Just like, people say that they don't want chemicals in their food. But again, that's obviously like a ridiculous statement. Like, I know what they mean, okay? And I try to interpret it in good faith. But like, yes, even just mentioning the word chemicals, that induces in some people a state of anxiety or, uncertainty, which is understandable, but it's just a reflection of them being uninformed, unfortunately.
Exactly. They're always like, I don't want any chemicals in my food. I just want natural food. You're like, what
Right,
are you talking about?
The chemical based food, right?
Yes. Exactly. Like, because I am a gravitational wavelength. I don't deal in those like
Well, it's just like like it's something that annoys me. Like, hey, I just want to like have a conversation about this, right? I don't want to be political, right?
Mm.
Like, I think and Corey is very familiar with this. Like, absolutely everything's political, right?
Yeah.
Like everything, you can. There's a reason why, like, we've built the world around us, right? Like, there's only the things that are divisive and things that are not divisive, right? And what they really mean when people say, like, I don't want to get political, is I don't want to be divisive here, right? I don't want to talk about like the hot button issues
Or defend my positions.
or defend positions. Yeah. Right. Like, I am absolutely taking a divisive political stance, but hey, I don't want to, I don't want to get political here, right? I just want to say the thing and not have anyone like challenge me on it, right?
Exactly.
So, there's that too. So yeah, like that, like annoys me. I mean, I understand why a person would like arrive at that, right? It's a common turn of phrase. It's a thought terminating phrase, right? And like literally supposed to just end the conversation there. But like it still annoys me. It's like, no, it's actually all like quite political. The assumptions that you're making, like the terms of the conversation that you're having, the bounds of it, right? What is polite to say in public and what isn't, right? All of it's political. But yeah.
Yeah,
so,
dude,
you get my point.
How we like respond to the pandemic threat is political. Like Trump's actions, specifically, the Lancet, one of the premier medical journals in the world, did a posthumous figured out how the United States did. We did decisively horrible, like ranked 200th per capita in the world, and partly because of vaccine hesitancy, which cost us 300,000 people losing their life, and then another 300,000 specifically because of actions of Trump that we know of, because he did things and overrode the CDC with the DHS, like what I was talking about before, that like helped spread this virus by, and it's really like people lose their lives because of this. It's not just like a theoretical thing that we're talking about. And the problem is that like people push this idea of like this false notion. It's like a straw man argument or something that like science are all coming out and saying that like we're going to need the vaccine passports or something. They're trying to bring it up, and like no scientist is saying that right now. We're not like nobody in the WHO or the Trump administration, or no prominent epidemiologist is saying that. Like, but people have this fake notion of what science is saying, and then they hear it on their algorithms, they see it, and then now science has changed their mind. It's like it discredits like anti-science rhetoric discredits basically when we do need people to listen, and it causes people to lose their life. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like a cried wolf kind of scenario.
Yeah. And then I wish there was like some sort of well, again, going back to sort of like a collective, either amnesia or just people not remembering. It's like, so, I live in Quebec, Montreal, Quebec to be exact. And like, Quebec, I think at the time had like one of the harshest like restrictions during the pandemic. Not only were we under lockdown, I think we were one of the few places that actually had a curfew. I don't know if a curfew was ever implemented in the United States, but like during let's say the worst times in Quebec, like you cannot be out you're not supposed to be out of your home like past a certain time, unless you're like a medical worker or you have like some sort of like, documentation saying that you're a medical worker. But then during that time, again, just like you heard of like, this is all an excuse to like gain control and power and like, once all these restrictions are implemented, they're never going to be lifted. But, I can leave my house now. And that's been the case for a while, as in the curfew was eventually lifted. Just as the vaccine passports, like Quebec did have the vaccine passports for a while, I think a year and a half. I had to scan my vaccine passport to get into my gym at the time when those started reopening. But those quickly vanished. But again, like many people were making these claims at the time. Like I explicitly remember watching YouTube video after YouTube video of how many people were paranoid that this is like, this is the government control that they're never going to relinquish. And then they did. But then we all just like move on and forget it.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. It's like the conspiracy people are never held accountable, and it's like this hyper accountability for science and they just can't wait.
Or they get promoted or, elected president.
Exactly. Yeah. They fail upwards. Like people that lied during the pandemic are rewarded with Trump administration positions in this government, and I can't, and it's frustrating because it's like we've been saying, the scientific community has been pushing these people away, removing their licenses, saying that they're, discredited, done nothing but say that these people are bad. But now, like McCullough is a good example of that this is the guy that lied, went around with nothing but a PowerPoint saying how harmful these vaccines were to people. And guess what? Like the guy is rewarded now. He's never been able to publish this stuff in a peer-reviewed journal. So guess what RFK's done for him? They've created the McCullough Institute Journal. So he has his own fake journal now that is actually basically state propaganda media.
I see it.
It's being like, it's like, what? Like, so not only is this guy like he's being like held up like artificially by like state propaganda media. I don't get it.
That's news to me. Yeah, I hadn't heard about this this journal.
McCullough, yes, the McCullough Foundation. Yeah, it's frustrating, man, because this is one of the things that people like cite on the Ford study is what people talk about a lot. The guy basically didn't do any peer-reviewed research. He didn't do. Oh, Dr. Keisha wants to co-host. Didn't do anything, and then all of a sudden he's like saying that all this stuff is happening. It's ridiculous. I'm gonna join Dr. Keisha.
She's an animal lover, and she dedicates her day and time to it. Hey, happy Friday!
Hi, happy Friday. Thanks for having me. You're on with Prime and Corey. Can you guys hear me still?
I can hear you,
Let me turn my
but if
music
Dr.
on.
Keisha is speaking, I don't hear
Because I'm listening to Babyface.
that.
You have to hold on. Babyface, I have to put you on hold. I'm sorry. Okay. I don't hear anybody.
Okay. 1 second. Let me add you to. I think I can add the browser. Okay, guys. One more time.
Testing.
No. One more time. Sorry. I'm trying to figure out where this thing is.
Testing.
1, 2, 3.
The sound, you mean?
Yeah, I'm trying to get their this. Okay, try it again, guys.
Eva, I know, right?
Testing.
Can you hear it? Dr. Keisha?
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Can you guys, can you hear can you say something one more time?
No.
Hello.
Testing.
Dang, really? Doctor? Oh no.
What, they can't hear me?
No,
Your audience hear me?
yeah, they can't hear you. Dang it. I thought I had that set up.
The audience or your stream?
I mean, worst case scenario, we can also, if you have a way to contact her, we can invite her to the StreamYard if she wouldn't mind doing that.
Oh, okay. Here, let's see. Yeah, they have we're on a StreamYard right now, Dr. Keisha. I'm sure you do that.
How do you like that?
What was that?
How do you like that, StreamYard?
I like it. I like it for and Prime uses it all the time. That's how he like hosts all his debates and stuff. Dang it. I thought that we had guests before and that was fine. So I'm like confused. This.
Yeah, you definitely had it working. At some
Yeah,
point.
I don't get it. Voice chat.
Suze, I'm so sorry to hear that. So are you thinking about getting back into the dating pool, Suze? Because it's been a while.
This. Okay, but let's try this. Guys?
Hello.
Hey.
Okay, sweet. So you could hear him?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
But
cool.
we can't hear
nice.
her.
We can't hear her.
Oh, that's gonna be okay. I don't have an ability to add her. Okay, I could. Here, let's try this. It might double my voice or one of the doublings.
No, we can hear it. Nope. No
So
double.
far, it seems fine.
Okay, Dr.
Not for
Keisha,
us.
can you try one more time?
Yeah. Hello. Hi.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Now we can hear
Cool.
her.
We're all good.
She sounds
Nice.
a little low, but we can hear her.
Okay, cool.
Maybe we
Perfect.
can turn her up somehow.
How about this?
Hello?
I think he has a three-person panel, Eva.
Yeah. We're on Twitch right now on Prime and Corey's,
okay.
and then through StreamYard, and then now we're co-hosting through TikTok at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice. How's it going?
Yeah, he has a panel here. Let's go. How are you guys doing?
Good. So I'm excited about your Friday show. What do you like? Is this the first night of it? And what are you thinking?
So I've done After Hours with Dr. K before, but yeah, the healthy for love is the conversation.
Okay.
I mean, we've been talking about everything, to be honest, but someone was sharing a story with a friend who has leukemia, and we were talking about that. But it's healthy for love. That's my conversation.
Okay.
And you know why? I think for those who are, I don't know if your panelists are in relationships, but have you ever thought about when you're dating someone, or even now, you think about finances, you think about their spirituality, but are you asking people about their health? Do they go to the doctor? You know, are you going to be stuck with someone that has heart disease because they don't think about those things? They're not taking no medication, or you have to deal with someone with chronic diabetes. Like, can you imagine all of the toll that can take on you mentally? Are you with someone that understands about STIs and protecting themselves, and HPV? Because you don't want cancer.
Yeah, those are really good questions.
That's the questions.
Absolutely.
I like that.
And you guys are welcome to come over here too.
Okay.
The people in my audience, you can welcome to come up.
Yeah. That's a really good question. Yeah, I guess I've never had that discussion. I mean, the STIs is probably the most pertinent thing that's like to the front, you know, but I think it naturally kind of comes up with the healthcare things. But I think maybe the pandemic was like more of a catalyst for a lot of that stuff, you know, but now, yeah, but maybe it's more like peptides and conversation people are having now with this kind of stuff, which is very odd. That's a weird thing that's happening everywhere, but yeah.
No, I know a lot of people on TikTok, they were doing dating. They were having dating thing. And one of the questions was, if they didn't take the vaccine, there were people there like, if they didn't take the vaccine, it's a no-go for me. And especially then, right? Because it was new. Yeah, it was a no-go. They're like, I'm not. Then some of the people were married and they were fighting over it to where they were having, like, considering divorcing. Because I think then they didn't realize how different they felt about health and healthcare and stuff. So
Yeah, for sure. What do you guys think?
Yeah, so, you know, Dr. Keisha, correct, right? Just want to make sure I have the name. Yeah. What we were just talking about before you joined us, I mentioned how I think that everything is political, and people don't realize it and they don't acknowledge it. And I think that what you were just describing, you're absolutely correct in your description as to what was happening. But like, I think that was just, you know, a conflict of politics, right? And that politics got, you know, turned into culture, right? That so oftentimes in our society. And so like once it was political, right? Once the left and right were established, well, then it became cultural. And then it's like, oh, this person actually doesn't share my values, right? And maybe, obviously, we're making up a straw couple in our minds right now, but like maybe they didn't take the time to consider those values, right? In all the same ways. And I mean, the other ones, right? Maybe how we'll raise the children, but these other topics they may have put to the side. All of a sudden, they became very real to them very quickly. You realize the other person, like, yeah, like there's an incompatibility here that I hadn't actually dealt with.
Yeah. I don't know if I think health should not be political. I don't think it was always political. I think people made it political. I truly feel that. I think people made it political.
Go ahead. The point that I was making before, again, you came in, that was like, I think when people use the term political, right, they were talking about divisiveness. But like in terms of like just the fact that we have a public health system, right? Like people would say, well, having that isn't political, but it is political. It's a political choice. How we spend our money, it's a political choice. How we address any particular societal problem. Some of them are divisive and some of them aren't divisive. But in the end, they're an expression of our values. And so like this again was another a chance to express your values. Do you think that we should listen to the experts, right? Should we listen to the quote unquote science, right? Is the thing that was said. That's an expression of your values.
Okay. You have someone else, right?
Yeah. I think like the ideological would probably be, I think that like all taught, whether or not things are ideological, like a football. I hate that like science and health is now like some type of ideological football that people kind of like pass around, or vaccination status is kind of like that. That's what I don't understand. It's like, I think I think science funding is like, political in nature too. Like I agree with Prime in the fact that like it has to be from public funds, right? But the idea of that public health is seen as like some type of ideological football that people are fighting over. That's what I don't understand. It's very odd. I mean
even the distribution of the vaccines, right? That was a big thing, right? Like this is something I had followed at the time very closely. Like which countries got their hands on the vaccine, which countries were allowed to manufacture the vaccines, right? There was a point where the pharmaceutical companies had in general okay, yeah, we're just going to hand this out, right? We're going to allow other, because this is an emergency, this is an extraordinary situation, we're going to allow other countries to manufacture it, right? And not a big deal. You know who stepped in to help stop that? Well, our good friend Bill Gates. Bill Gates came in to stop that, because Bill Gates, the thing that he cares about a lot is IP. And he became, he became like the vaccines czar, or was it the czar or something? But like he was put in a position of power here, right? And he made that decision. That was a big decision that's like almost certainly cost lives. And so like, yeah, all these things are active decisions our society is taking.
Well, he decided to help patent the one that he was funding, like help patent one of the vaccines. I don't know if Dr. Hotez Peter Hotez was developing the open patent global vaccine. So I don't know if I don't know if everyone.
Bill Gates was definitely involved in this. I can actually probably pull up the articles to talk about it, but he had a huge hand in these policies, right? Like there was a moment in time where there was going to be.
Tap, you guys. Tap.
What?
It's just
TikTok.
Oh, okay. Well, Corey, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, so to your point, and maybe my memory is failing me, but I do remember, the question was posed at the time of, well, should, pretty much as you said, should we allow other countries to manufacture this vaccine, as in, pretty much, not uphold patent law or this intellectual property on these vaccines, so that they could be more widely more widely manufactured and distributed. And, I do believe also, pretty much, like you said, Prime, Bill Gates, if I remember correctly, was not in favor of pretty much making it open, or like they pretty much were saying like, no, patents are important, even though it might hinder the distribution. But all that to say is like, let's say in an ideal world, I agree that let's say something like health shouldn't be politicized. But I think the reality is, understandably, especially in Canada, like Canada has a fully
Let me
publicly
ask
funded
y'all a
healthcare system.
question.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
going to ask my audience a question.
Go for it.
Okay, for those that have significant others, do you guys think that they kind of like pivoted? You guys notice that sometimes? Because you know what? Dr. Greg answered the question. I don't know if you guys are in relationships,
yeah.
but
Oh, no, okay,
but
so
y'all,
then
it may
I'll
have not
fully
been, it may
answer the
have not been
question. Sorry.
intentionally. It may have not been intentionally, right?
No, it's not
But
intentional.
when you are in a relationship, or if you're in a relationship, how much does health matter? Decisions about believing in vaccines, going to the doctor, heart health, screenings. Because what if you have someone that doesn't believe in any of that, and then all of a sudden they get cancer, and then that's it.
Yeah.
They're not taking
Those are all
medicine.
good questions. So what I can say is like, so even though I'm currently single, the people that I tend to date, or the women that I tend to date, since I'm highly physically active, let's say, for example, my last partner, like I met them at the gym. So my partners tend to be also very physically active because I'm highly
Okay, that's
physically
good.
active. And one of the reasons why I'm highly physically active is largely for health reasons. Of like, I try to take care of my cardiovascular health. I try to take care of my overall, I'm followed by a specialist because I have a condition, but I also have like a general physician. But all that to say, to hopefully more pointedly answer your questions, do I screen partners and ask about their heart health, for example? Let's say not on the first date, not even on the second date, but like I do gauge their interest in overall leading a healthy lifestyle, because I have no problem saying like I track my activity level, I track my diet, and I'm pretty like health conscious. And usually, I'm health conscious by my definition, which I'm sure there's some faults to be found there. But like, let's say my partners tend to, align with my values just because like we tend to congregate at the same places and lead the overall similar lifestyles. If that somewhat answers your question.
Yeah, they have to lead. They have to lead similar lifestyles, but sometimes. Thank you, Pagel. That doesn't happen. Okay,
Yeah.
what about the other guy?
Prime.
That'd be me, Prime. So just very quickly, I put it in our group chat, Dr. Greg. But for everyone else at home, in case you were curious of what I was referring to before, you can go to there's a New Republic article called "How Bill Gates Impeded Global Access to COVID Vaccines." So you can take a look at that yourself and make up your own mind. But to answer the question more directly. That particular conversation I've never had, I don't think, right? Like with a partner. I'm not partnered right now. That particular conversation I've never had with a partner. So two things. One, I think what Corey described, right, in terms of his lifestyle, right, because Corey is a very active guy, right, very in shape, right. Shout out to our friend Corey. That sounds like a person, right, who has an expression of their lifestyle, right, and then something of their values. So that's
Attorney
how
Di,
that comes out.
Come on.
For myself. So.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
And
I think there's
for
a delay
me, the thing
too.
that I've laid up. I'm sorry. Did you say something,
go
Dr.
ahead.
Keisha?
I think there's a delay, so that may be part of it. Sorry, I think there's a delay when I talk and you hear it. So sorry.
Oh, sorry. Okay. But what I was going to say is that for me, the thing that I've worried about is less having this particular conversation. Not that I don't think it's important. I think you're bringing up something really pertinent, right? Something that I've thought more about is like a sudden onset of something that was like unforeseeable, right? Like that's what I was thinking of when you first introduced this topic. The idea of a person maybe like going through some sort of tremendous accident or some disease or something that they're diagnosed with that like they couldn't have prevented, right? And what does that do for people who in different stage of a relationship, right? When you're just dating that individual, right? Like are you supposed to stay with this individual? Like, are you like, would it be wrong for you to walk away, right? Or what if you're married, right? You're married and you're young. Now all of a sudden, this person might need like serious medical care, right, for the rest of their lives, right? And now you're a nursemaid for this individual. Now, I think it's a noble thing to stay, but many people might not want to, right? Like, so I think about like how this can intersect with people in different parts of their life. Go ahead.
You mean when they get sick? Because someone in my chat was saying that they had a partner when they met them, they had leukemia, but they did pass away, but that's not what took them. So that's even a more question. My question was, 50% of the things of cancers are preventable. So the things that you can prevent, is that a deal breaker? I'm thinking a relationship, if you are straight lazy and you're going to eat whatever you want, or not even take your annual, not get your colonoscopy when you're of age, not get your mammogram, or you find out you have cancer and you're just going to sit on it and drink tea and watch something progress, you're watching your loved one or potentially loved one succumb to something that was preventable. If they get cancer and you meeting them, that's a different thing. Mm-hmm. To me, that's kind of like, I think love overpowers that. I'm not going to leave somebody because they have cancer. But if I'm sitting and watching them whittle away because of their poor choices, I have a problem with that. And I would love to hear y'all's thoughts. Can you hear me, Dr. Dye? Attorney Dye, come up. You guys, you can raise your hand. Go ahead.
Someone else want to? I was going to say, but
go for it. Go ahead, Corey.
Okay. So, here's one of my somewhat semi-serious screening questions. Okay, if I ask the question to one of my potential partners, if they are willing to ride a motorcycle regularly, I'm probably not compatible with them. As in, like, I have a very
if they ride a motorcycle. So if they're daredevils, is what you're saying.
I have a very negative view of motorcycles, and I think the data bears that out. Where if my I probably would not get in a relationship with someone who is a motorcycle enthusiast or a motorcycle riding enthusiast. But to your point of like screening and all that stuff. So one of the reasons why I'm physically active and highly physically active and trying to health.
Somebody said, what about horses?
I think horses
depending
have to be
on how they're riding them. I have not looked into the data on horse riding, but if it's to the level of motorcycles, then horse riding would also be out of the question. But
listen, as a pathologist, I see a lot of motorcycle accidents in the morgue, so I agree with that.
That makes sense.
But one of the reasons why I try to lead a healthy lifestyle is because I have, let's say, enough health problems to begin with. You know, I manage a chronic illness. I have Crohn's disease, and so to your point about colonoscopies, I've been getting regular colonoscopies since I was like 12. Okay, so that's not a problem for me.
Oh, wow.
Yes, all of these things that I take seriously.
Nice, man. Yeah, that's. I wonder what like a deal breaker for me would. I don't know. My wife and I always were kind of like aligned and stuff, and that was, I guess we're like fortunate on that. But yeah, I don't know if I could date someone that was like anti-vaccine just because they would reject science, and I'd be so frustrated about that. But I also do genuinely think that like opposites can kind of like attract in a way where like you can try to like be better for that person where they're better than you, and you can kind of like try to like feed off of one another productively. But I feel like there could
influence each other.
Yeah, exactly. Positive influence. But stuff like that, like if someone was diehard like Maha or something, that's like toxic. You know, that's like a toxic negativity. I don't know if that could be a productive relationship in that scope.
I agree with you. Yeah. Now listen, I probably was about to, during the pandemic, my husband, he was going to take the C-19 shot. He's from Africa. So to them, having access to vaccines is not the same as it is here. So they don't take for granted this. But I will tell you, he said, I'm not taking the flu because I don't get the flu. And I looked at him like, listen, do I need to get divorce papers? Because are you a fool? You sitting here talking to a pathologist as a wife telling me you're not taking the flu shot? And I was like, oh, I already scheduled us for the flu shot. You're getting the flu shot.
So I think it matters what we're discussing, right?
Yeah.
Like, Yeah, like if you're talking about like not taking a vaccine, I mean, unless you have some sort of medical reason as to like a valid medical reason as to why you're not doing that, like I would find that very suspect, right? And and I don't know how I would have felt about it before the pandemic, right? When it became a very much cultural thing. But now, right, I think there's like, it's a statement, right?
Yeah.
And I would say that, oh, we're probably not compatible. However, right, like, you talked about people, like not taking care of themselves, or like not eating right before, and like I have a friend, a woman who I'm not dating, and I've never dated, not anything, just a friend, right? And I was literally just talking to them about this, earlier, but they don't eat. Like healthy at all, and their metabolism is doing a lot of work for them. But like
So that's a deal breaker
that
for you. So basically, somebody that's not of a healthy weight is a deal breaker for you.
No. So like this person, I'm saying, well, they are of a fine weight, but like their metabolism is actually doing that work for them. But the point is that like if this person was, or someone like them, was my significant other, would that stop me from being with them? Right? Like I have a lot in common with this individual, get on very well. Would it, because they have like poor eating habits? And I was like discussing with them, like, oh, maybe you should consider, other options, right? But they're like, no, fuck that, right? Screw that, right? But like, I don't think that would stop me in particular. Yeah, but I guess I'm gonna be odd man out here.
That would probably
Okay, in my
stop me.
chat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. And then there's a people in chat that have their feedback too.
Okay, cool. What do they say, Dr. Keisha? What do you think?
Pagel said anti-science, anti-evidence-based medicine is a hard pass for them. Attorney Dye said my deal breaker is addiction to smugs instead of, or severe alcoholism. And Princess agrees with that. Someone else said, I will fess up, I've skipped the flu vaccine here and there. A couple of people have skipped it. And I think that is when they realized how bad it was, right? Remember last year was one of the most unaliving years for our children.
Yep.
And Attorney Dye said, I didn't do flu shots until after C19. Now I ask if they have any more. So deal breakers are addictions.
Yeah, I can
That's a
see
good
that.
one.
Yeah, I
Well,
can see
I
that.
mean, that's a very broad category in my mind. That's a broad addictions to. Does that include food or?
No, they
social
said
media?
alcoholism and smugs.
I don't know what I'm ignorant. I don't know what smugs are.
Oh, we're on TikTok.
DR. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm ignorant. That's all.
It's okay. No, it's all good, man. Yeah, I think that everyone should have a productive relationship with their significant other, trying to make each other a better person overall. So like having any type of like addictions, and they're just going to kind of weigh it down. But I do think there kind of is, in order to be a really good partner, if you do see one of your partners like falling into that, I do feel like you have an onus to try to bring that person back, because if it's not you, then who else? As long as it's positive, right? As long as if they're like toxically changing your life, then I can understand kind of like going a separate way. But I do feel like, like if for love of that person, try to bring them out of it.
I like that part. So wait, Attorney Dye said we're making our partner do stuff. Yeah, I think that's where the potential, you have to see potential, but addictions that's a whole nother thing, or mental illnesses. It's kind of like I said, if someone has cancer, you're not going to date them. I mean, now I'm thinking about it, with the mental illness, that's a lot to deal with someone, especially if they don't want to take their meds or their treatment. That has to be a deal breaker.
Yeah.
That is a roller coaster you are setting yourself
I
up
agree.
for.
Like, I probably would not get involved with someone, like, let's say on date number one, they said like they're in the midst of like sobering up. Or let's say if I was in a relationship or married to my partner and they, for whatever reason, developed a substance use disorder, I would not like on the spot end the relationship. I'd probably do my best to help them, assuming they want to recover. But let's say addiction in and of itself is not a deal breaker for me, depending on like how it manifests and when it manifests.
When it manifests.
Yeah.
It's important. That's what I'm saying. Like when these things happen, actually, they change everything, right? Like if it's a brand new relationship, maybe you're like, I don't have the level of investment here to do this. But if you're committed, 10 years in, sure. But if you're freshly married and you're still very young, maybe not as well, right? Like I think these are all valid considerations. So I'm curious, like, because the idea of a healthy weight
Attorney Di, he's on a streaming system with two other people. We can't see them. She's like, are there two ghosts speaking?
I'm pretty pale, so.
Yeah. But I am curious, like the idea of like a healthy weight was brought up, right? And we've been trying to make some sort of like distinction between actually the person takes and the ones that they don't, right? But what if there's, one person who is eating their way to an unhealthy weight, right? Another person who's taking medication that causes their weight to increase, right? Because
that's
that
a good
happens.
one. Like steroids.
Like steroids, yes. A family member of mine, were on steroids and they had like significant weight gain. Should these both be valid reasons to leave a person or not? Like in the end, they're now an unhealthy weight. Is it really just that like, oh, you're taking it? It's happening through food, and that's a reason to let a person go?
Yeah, I think
That's
those
kind
are
of superficial.
good.
That's it.
Well,
Sorry, go ahead. I want to say quickly to the people, some new people over here, and maybe in Dr. Greg's are asking, we are doing like a joint thing, and then Dr. Greg is streaming, but it's after hours with Dr. K, and we're both talking about, are you healthy for love? So we're talking about health questions and situationships when you're getting into a relationship or you're already in one, and then things change with somebody's health. Go ahead, sorry.
So I've sort of had this conversation, or I played out this hypothetical with you.
And two people can request up over here, by the way.
Where, so going back to one of my points of like, would I get involved with someone from the get-go who has a substance use disorder? Probably almost certainly the answer is no. But like, if it's deep into the relationship and they develop it, then that's a different question for me. But like, let's say, is it likely for me to get into a relationship with someone who is at a very unhealthy weight? The answer is probably not. But if one of my partners, they start off in the relationship at a healthy weight and are already physically active, but then whatever, through the course of life or through life changes, they end up gaining weight, and they end up gaining weight to the point of, I view it as potentially unhealthy, or to the point of like it's clearly unhealthy. I would actually have a conversation with them, but I would not approach it, or like the conversation that I have would not be like, oh, whatever, I'm losing attraction for you. It would be like, I would approach it from like, I would actually be concerned for their health. But then I would actually ask them of like, if it's something that they want to change, or rather is something that we can work on together. And if their answer is like, because there's unhealthy weight gain that is intentional, and then there's unhealthy weight gain that is intentional. And so if it's intentional.
Wait, you said intentional twice.
Were
you being facetious? Okay. I was like, are you being facetious? Okay.
So let me clarify. As in, there is unhealthy weight gain that is unintentional, and then there is unhealthy weight gain that is intentional. And to me, those are two separate things. Of like,
but even then, like it's like people who are eating themselves, right? Who are like eating a significant amount, right? Did they intend to gain weight, right? It's an easily foreseeable outcome, right? Which I think is what you really meant. But that doesn't mean necessarily intended. They're like, for whatever reason, I just need to eat this comfort food, or like whatever the case may be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Greg, I have a question.
Yeah. Well, for me,
normally you can bring people up, but it's not allowing. It's telling me I have to disconnect.
Oh, really? Yeah.
On my live studio.
For my co-host, it doesn't allow me to multi-guest. Maybe it's an app versus a TikTok studio thing. I don't know. Usually I can't go guest while I'm co-hosting.
Does anybody have a question for the guest? I think that a lot of people have some questions for your guest.
I do think that weight, like specifically working out, is actually one where you can like really beneficially benefit one another. Like I started eating a lot better once I met my wife, because she knew how to like cook, and she had like introduced me to like tofu, a lot of like really good greens, a lot of like things that I was like, wow, this is incredible. And like also like she's really hot, guys. So I have to like work out in order to look good for her in my mind. You know what I mean? I have to look good for her. You know what I mean?
Funny.
So it's like it's and then she's also said that she also works out for me too. So I think it's
well,
one
let me
thing.
tell you something. I don't work out for my husband.
Okay, nice.
I work out for me, and I've always worked out for me.
That's good. Yeah.
Here, somebody has a question.
Yo.
Princess, what if there's health issues that play a part in their weight that happened over time? This is a lot. When you guys, let's see, 23. Yeah, it'll be 24 years for us next year.
Wow. Congratulations. That's amazing.
When people's weight changes, when a woman goes through pregnancy, we hear it all the time. And all of a sudden she gains this weight and the man's just like, why can't you get rid of it? Or whatever happens. There's gradual weight gain over time. So it's not fast. But then what? Is that a deal breaker? Like, are you like...
It's all, at least for me, all contextual. Obviously, like having
Somebody asked if somebody was a Marine. Is anybody a Marine?
No.
I'm Canadian.
No. Yeah, I'm Canadian. Even worse.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah.
Right, like having 2 babies, right, Attorney Di?
Yeah. Oh my dude. Like,
Ooh.
yeah. My wife. I mean, I think going through like pregnancies with your wife. I mean, at least for me, it's like that body gave us our family. So it's like anything that happened to it. I mean, I'm so grateful to her and what she's like gone through. So whatever I can do to lift her up, and and it is like there was a period for her that it was kind of like reclaiming her body, kind of like feeling like I feel comfortable in my body more. But yeah, we just kind of she was. Thankfully, just kind of like lost it over time, beat through jujitsu and working out and stuff.
Well, listen, Sunshine said that my husband gained 20 pounds each time I was pregnant.
Sympathy weight.
Are you going to leave? Sunshine, you going to leave him?
That's called sympathy weight. People, it happens all the time. Yeah.
Pagel gave you a clap, Dr. Greg, for that. Yeah, Dr. Greg, we were having a perimenopause or like a woman's health conversation. He came in to listen. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's a good question. Do you guys go to the doctor when your significant other or spouse goes?
No. I mean, she has her own like thing. I mean, she's
not unless they want me to.
A healthcare professional. Like she's a DMP. So I'm like, I feel.
But like, I think that's the question that was posed to us about like the weight gain. Mm-hmm. To be clear, I wouldn't. I'm going to be posing questions here, but my own opinion is that like no, I wouldn't just like leave a person because they gained some weight. Like if I love this person, I love this person. So that's my own opinion. But like exploring the idea though, right? Like. The thing that we're talking about is like what like is unattractive to you in a partner in terms of a health sense, right? And people here have said, well, I want my partner to be active and to be fit and to be like in a fit body. Yeah. Well, and okay, like then does your opinion of that change, right? Does that preference change depending on the reason why they become unfit, right? And so, like, yes, it may be because this person, gave birth to your babies, right? But in the end, if they are now frozen, an unhealthy weight, right? Does it make a difference into how you're attracted to them, even compared to them having ate their way to that weight? I think those are interesting questions to like consider. Like, would it make a difference how they got there, one or the other?
Yeah. I mean, if they just got extremely lazy and just started gaining, hundreds of pounds, then that would be like really disconcerting. But at the same time, I would be like, man, is this person having like a mental health break? Is there anything that I could do in order to get them out of it? Like I'd feel like there's like some kind of chemical imbalance if that was actually like I was viewing that. I'd feel awful, Okay,
let me ask people in the chat too. Mm-hmm. And 1 for yes, a 2 for no, in your chat too. Do you all feel that sometimes these standards about what we will accept are double standards for health? And sometimes they become more about appearance than actually health. I just have a
for sure.
question.
Yes.
Are there double standards?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
One for yes.
Yeah.
Yep, we got ones.
100%.
Someone said F to the
100%.
yes.
I mean, I have like straight body dysmorphia about having like a six pack, but I know that a six pack like fat percentage is not actually healthy for me. But like that, you know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know what it is. It's like not okay, but that's just what it is. I don't know.
No, I completely agree with you. Or I'm not sure if you were just asking the question, Dr. Keisha, but I'll say that like I've gotten into very heated arguments with people because and again overweight, right? Like people hide behind, I just want fat people to be healthy, right? And that's why I'm disparaging them all the time, right? Like I'm just like, it's just because I care about them so much is why I want to make them feel like crap. And I see through that, right? And I call them out on it, and they really don't like it when I do that. But yeah, I think like the idea that this is like for so much of this conversation, it's just a mask, a very social acceptable mask to be attacking others who don't fit your lifestyle, right? Who made different choices or just look differently from you. It's just an easy way to do so without being called out on.
I agree with that, largely.
Someone in my chat said, we are not livestock, nor are we trophies. Yeah. So they feel that, and here's something interesting that I noticed that sometimes we talk about. When we talk about health, we put body size on that. There's a lot of, especially with the medications now and the procedures, there's a lot of thin people, y'all, that are not healthy. Their arteries are clogged. Their cardiorespiratory system is poor, but they look good and thin. So again, when we are having these conversations or you're meeting people, you could think you're dealing with a healthy person and they're probably injecting and doing all the unhealthy things to maintain this facade that you see. And the other person over there may be having a better chance of living longer and being healthy and not look like your dream girl.
Well, I mean, that's, I think, sort of, I don't know, the stereotype or trope in this of like, wow, we seem to, whatever, just automatically assume if someone is thin, they're automatically healthy, which obviously.
Oh, a lot of people do though, and especially people at the opposite, they do. We have to admit that, right? Your first reaction to a person is.
Many people view bodybuilders, and when I say bodybuilders, like competitive bodybuilders, as healthy. Those are not, and like when they're injecting literal, anabolic steroids.
Yeah.
I know you know because you're a physician and informed, but there are other people that do.
Yeah.
Many people.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Many women find that healthy and attractive.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting now. I mean, we're kind of in a new era with GLP-1s and stuff. And it's really interesting seeing people unhealthily like crash diet on them. And it's like, in reality, weightlifting, protein, fiber, they're kind of like healthy habits that you could be forming, without them as well. It's interesting to have that medication now to, help people. I think I'm curious what your thoughts are, Dr. Keisha.
I'm reading the chat. Oh my goodness. Does anybody have questions for them? Does anybody have questions? Because I think they do have questions, like serious questions. Okay, repeat what you were saying. I'm sorry, I was reading.
No, it's okay. I was just saying like healthy or like GLP-1s and healthy use of them includes like weightlifting, to protein, fiber, things that, I mean, Dr. Keisha, I've seen you do, your kettlebell workout streams and stuff. You're healthy with stuff. So I know you pump the weight, so I'm curious, like your thoughts.
Okay. Now, we do know that taking those medications should be used with a whole workout, with mental health, with physical exertion, and you have to keep your protein up because those GLP-1s require it. What I don't like is when I see people taking them just to lose weight for some event or something and not doing all the other things they need to, because it does require a lot. And also we do know that GLP-1s are cardioprotective, so that we've seen them actually improve mood disorders, improve heart issues. So actually taking them, if it's going to help somebody, if it's going to allow someone to get motivated to get back into it, and then like the training wheels, you slowly take them off, I'm all for it. But I'm 100% for lifting, and as we get older, and bone loss is a thing, body weight training and weight resistance training is imperative.
Yeah, I think that's especially going forward, people can kind of like that's something that a lot of people are going through new together. I think, you know, they're both kind of like on that weight loss journey, which is cool. Like there's a lot of, I have a
That's cute,
friend,
like as a couple, that's cute.
yeah, I have a friend, she's an amazing fitness influencer. She's a power lifter and she's gnarly. She puts up some like serious weight, and it like her deadlifts are like over 300 pounds. It's amazing. And she's all on this kind of like women should be, you know, deadlifting and bench pressing and, you know, all these like lifts that we wouldn't associate with like men. It's like, no, now it's actually cool, you know, glute exercises, all these things. So it's funny seeing the guys skipping leg day for all these years trying to just do their biceps, and then now these women come in and they're pushing more weight for squats and deadlifts. It's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's cool, but a lot of men in the gym don't like it because I used to squat more than them. They don't like that, and it shouldn't be a competition thing, especially hence we talking about like relationships. Are some of you guys going into relationship thinking it's a competition? Truly, that we can one up on each other, especially when women start doing the things that you do and maybe better. That's not healthy either. That's not healthy.
Do you think that it can be like a healthy competition though? Like, I mean, if I agree with you, and the problem is that men aren't rising to that challenge. I think that women are doing amazing things, and instead of like meeting that, they're like, academia is a scam. I don't need anything. I can just go to a trade school. And it's like, dude, like I feel like there could be some benefit, you know, if you tried to, you know, rise up, you know.
Yeah. Okay, listen. Someone in the chat said, where did this, since I can do it, you should do it too mindset come from? I agree with that. Because you're talking about, we shouldn't, there's healthy competition, but we also shouldn't think, and I see men do this in the gym. I'm a personal trainer, by the way. I see men, and I'm not trying to put you guys under the bus, that will sit here and use their workout for the woman. Man, I can see that it's about to be disaster or there's going to be an injury because they're expecting her to do what they're doing and they actually aren't even executing it properly. And we've got to get away from that. Just thinking because we do this workout, that's what someone else or my spouse should do. You know, because I'm the man, I could show you what to do, and you actually don't know what you're doing. Someone else said, someone said, what about meds you have to take to deal with your spouse? She said husband. But the side effects are weight gain. What to do? Listen.
Wait,
first of all, if you have to take meds
to deal with your spouse.
Yeah, that's probably not healthy.
Yeah, you might have larger questions to answer than that.
Listen, sometimes we have to make it through. I don't know.
So like, you guys said it shouldn't be a competition, right?
Right.
But at the same time, like you guys, people are making it clear that they want a person that matches their lifestyle and like their commitment to fitness. Like, should it be the case that like, would it be fine if it was the case that the man was active, right? But just like significantly less fit than like their partner, right? In this case, a woman, right? Like, would women find that, like, is that fine? Or would that be a turnoff for, you know, women of this lifestyle, of the fitness lifestyle? Would that be a turnoff if he's actually not matching them, you know? I think that would be a problem for some people, but maybe I don't know. I could be wrong here.
That's not a problem.
See, I don't think women think like that, though. I think that's the problem. Okay. A lot of women are tired. They get tired over time because we think more about mind and being compatible mentally. I mean, older women, I will say. So a lot of that stuff doesn't matter. I think we think it matters. Mm-hmm. Someone said, who cares? You cooking dinner tonight?
So, like, then you would say that, because at least the men here have been talking about, like, hey, like I want a partner who's as physically fit. So you think women don't feel the same way, right? Like who they don't feel like they need a partner who is as active or anything. That's just okay. I mean, and I can accept that, but like I feel like it's a bit surprising that like a person who is of like the gym lifestyle would be fine with a partner who is not so much.
I think it depends. I have noticed, first of all, in relationships, things change. Being married for 23 plus years, you got to learn to roll with it. I mean, you got to see. My husband used to have the 6-pack, and he was doing martial arts, and it's not the same. And now, like, I'm trying to get him to go, but I finally found something he likes, the hot works, to get him back moving. But things change. People change over time, so you've got to change your expectations about what you want from them.
Yeah, that makes sense. Corey?
Yeah, so I agree with that, and also to maybe clarify one of my earlier statements or let's say I might have been unintentionally misleading, where I said that yes, on average the partners that I tend to be like physically fit, but that's more of a function of just like whatever, how I live my lifestyle and like the spaces that I typically frequent, which are gyms and
so you meet most people at a gym.
Yeah, but to be clear, it is not a requirement of mine that like they match exactly my fitness and like exercise routine. At the end of the day, like sort of like my bare minimum is someone who like takes their health somewhat seriously, or has an active desire and takes somewhat active steps to lead an overall healthy and active lifestyle. But for me, it goes both ways. As in like my last partner, like yes, I met at the gym. But I met them when I started like going to like yoga classes and Zumba classes, and they have to be there.
Oh, you want to yoga? There you go. And no, that's better.
But one of the great things that one of our great shared activities was like yes, I would go to their classes, but then they would work out with me. Where I want someone who's open, just like I'm open to more or less like if just about any physical activity, I'm down to try at least once, if not more than once. And I would like that with my partner.
Mm-hmm.
You need to share this side of you more often. Okay, a couple of comments. The first person said, the difference is we want our men healthy when they want a woman that looks healthy. Ooh, that's what the woman said. Y'all can comment on that. The next one.
That's a good point.
Someone said my body composition completely changed after my illness. I can't believe that. Someone said, instead of meeting at the gym, library might be better. Just saying.
That's old school.
I spent many times in a library at university.
Did you ever meet any of your significant others there?
Yes. Like one of my former significant others, like they were a fellow grad student, studying.
Okay.
There you go. Nice. That's cool. Yeah,
okay, but what about the comment before about women want the men healthy and men want a woman that looks healthy?
I think that's spot on. At least like
I love the truth. That's what I'm talking about.
As a general trend, that's probably true.
Yeah. I think I don't think Corey is one of those, but like I think that's the point, right? Like she has to have a good-looking body, but going back to what we said previously, right? Like you can have a conventionally attractive body, but like not be very healthy, and that'd be good enough, right? Like if she's
wait. So is that good enough for you? This truth time, is that good enough for you? If she has a good body, and she's like, workout. I don't need a workout. I sit on the vibration plate. Is that good enough for you?
Well, for me, like I said previously, like I don't really care about their weight so much. So like if they were thinner or like heavier, I'd be fine with that one or the other.
What if they were thin and they didn't want to work out?
I'd be fine with that too. Yeah.
Exactly.
Wait, what if they were excessively overweight to the point that sexual activity was a problem?
Oh God, you about to get in trouble right now.
There are limits to everything, right? Like this is all within the spectrum. Everything exists in the spectrum, and so yeah, like if they're in the extremes, like if they're extremely thin,
Dr. Sharon, I need you up here.
if there's an eating disorder that makes them extremely thin or extremely heavy, right? Like it would be a problem for me one or the other. So yeah, like there's a comfortable range. But yeah, if a person doesn't like, I'm not like a huge gym rat person. So like I'm not like Corey and Dr. Greg. And so like, that's not one of my values, right? Like I don't screen for that in the same way that these two do. So like if she was just like thin and didn't go to the gym, I wouldn't care. Yeah.
I guess there's like longevity that is kind of like the question, right? Like health, like is kind of normally like healthy long-term habits, I guess, you know.
And that is on my mind for me, especially I have no problem saying like these days, like as I think I might have shared before, like my grandmother, who's like 93, 94, has essentially like late stage dementia and like, you know, can't remember 5 minutes ago. Like it's on my mind of like, well, do I want to follow those footsteps? My answer is no. And I'm going to try to take some sort of active steps to prevent that from happening. And ideally, I want my partner to be on the same page about that.
Okay, I have two things. I have a comment from the audience, and then I have a question for who was the one. Wait, let me give the comment first. He's trying to mask the fact that he only cares about looks over health. We see it. I'm not sure which one is he.
This is Prime. You're talking.
So you're talking about me, Prime. I don't feel like that's what I'm doing. But like I can.
That might be directed at me.
Oh, maybe
okay, can I tell you something though? There are a lot of women in the comments that are reading that from both of you. Just to let you know.
Oh, okay. Both of us. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. Well, Corey, why don't you go first?
What I can say is, like, yeah, I can't disprove that other than to say like whatever. My last partner arguably was like in better shape than I was. Like that just made them more attracted to me. And like also, I actually, generally speaking, I'm more attracted to women who weight train and put on more muscle because to me that's someone in my mind, and my analysis could be wrong, of like in my opinion, okay, it's actually even more important for women to strength train because their muscle mass goes down even more rapidly as they age. Like again, my grandmother who's 93, you know, can't even like open a tube of toothpaste and put on her sweater. Okay, that's because she doesn't have the amount of muscle mass to do really anything. And so like these are all things that are on my mind. And so like a woman who strength trains, like to me, at least that's some sort of surrogate marker of like they're probably doing it for some sort of health, maybe not purely aesthetic reasons, but like there's something else going on there. And like yeah, a very muscular woman is just like increase the attractiveness for me.
Yeah, and on the other end, for me, right? Like so, like I said before, I'm not partnered, but as a single man, right? Trying to find a single lady, you see their profiles, right? You see the things that women ask for. This is why I was actually quite surprised when it seemed like, Dr. Keisha, you were saying that women don't care if a man is quite as fit as they are. Right, because I run across like profiles of like female gym rats, right? And not just profiles, like I've seen them talk, I've heard them speak and express their desires, and consistently what I hear from them is that no, you have to actually match my level, right? But I don't. Those aren't my values necessarily, right? And so when I say that, like, no, I don't necessarily care if she's thin and not working out, or heavier and not working out. That like I'm not like masking anything here. I'm just saying, yeah, I don't. That's not really a consideration for me. But people
I got some good questions for you. Someone says, do you call them rats? That's a good one. I don't think with the terms you said gym rat. Do you notice that?
Yeah, I mean, but that's the term that I hear people talk. If that's offensive, then I'll change my language. I don't
think it's offensive. Like I refer to some of my former colleagues as lab rats.
Yeah.
That's
Don't call me a lab rat. I'm not a rat. I'm a lab doctor. But listen, here's the question. Who was the one that said that what if they're so obese that they can't do anything in the bedroom? Who said that? Okay, what about if they're so skinny, and what if they're so out of it due to smugs that they can't perform in the bedroom?
Well, they can't consent either in my mind, so it's like
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Like,
You know what I meant. You can be so thin to where you can't perform is what I'm trying to say. Because you did the extreme of heavy as your excuse why they can't perform in the bedroom. There's a lot of reasons. You know, men that don't take the C19 shot or get orchitis or get peripheral vascular disease can't perform well in the bedroom.
Heard that. Yeah, I've also long COVID in the testes too.
They want to have a sperm count.
That's a shame.
But yeah, if they're so thin to the point that they're losing consciousness, I'm primarily concerned about their health.
I didn't say consciousness. I said out, but I meant she
Perform.
can't. Perform. If you are not exercising or you don't have the caloric intake, you can't perform either. It's not just heavy people that can't perform.
But that probably just means they can't perform the daily tasks as well, including any sort of whatever bedroom activities to keep it PG. So.
Wait, somebody said I can't even say that. Okay, my chat. They're enjoying you guys though. They're enjoying you guys.
Good.
Fantastic. I wasn't sure about that.
I mean, the thing is though, you guys are being honest though. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's fun. It's fun for me. I have a great time. Like my wife and I do jujitsu together, and it's like something that she's really cool, like really good at things like that I am not good at in jujitsu. So like picking her brain on what she's doing, and we can learn together. We started at pretty much the same time, so it's been a really cool experience, like sharing that together.
That's cool. Yeah, we've been doing the Hot Works thing.
That's cool.
I love it. And it's funny though, there's competition because he'll look and I'm like, you cannot you're not as flexible as me.
It's tough.
And then we start laughing. Yeah.
But yeah, I think finding some sort of shared physical activity, at least for me, is somewhat important. It doesn't really matter what it is.
A lot of people are doing like wall climbing and stuff now. That's like a cool thing, like bouldering gyms and that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah. No, that'd be fun. Okay, here are some things. Okay, so here's some Tinder profiles.
Okay.
I don't know y'all's age, but around 3 years your age. I love to work out, but I'm not taking no vax. And I believe in CMOS heals everything. That's the profile. Are you swiping or are you what is it, smash or pass? Are you swiping or are you? Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
CMOS cures everything. You didn't know that?
What is CMOS? I don't know what it is.
Oh, no, it's C, like SEA.
Yeah,
CMOS.
SEA.
Like seaweed, sea moss.
Actual CMOS. I thought it was like the letter CMOS. I'm like, oh, this stands for something. No, CMOS.
Okay, Kegel. Right. So are you swiping or are you going to click? Somebody said they're swiping. Somebody said they're going to the library.
Maxine, I'm out.
I would not date this person. I don't know what direction of swiping that is.
You said you would or you would not? Why are y'all swiping?
Corey says no. I say no. We all say no.
Why do y'all say no?
Because for a variety of reasons. One, the vaccination status and whatever. I don't know. They didn't mention their desire for kids. But let's say I'm assuming their not vaccination status would overlap with them vaccinating their children. For me, it's a non-starter.
Okay, here's one. I run marathons. The gym, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. School? Who needs school? I'm an influencer.
None of these educated men here, I can assure you, them would be happy with a woman who. But
I'll go work out with you all the time.
Seriously.
They would probably reject me because I have a degree, so it's like I'm a loser in their mind.
Everyone here has an advanced degree. Like all three of us have an advanced degree. So yeah,
it's so tough. It's like
Attorney Dye said, "Book smart or street smart."
I feel like academia is something that like striving to be like the most educated you can about something or pushing yourself to learn, the most is kind of the attribute that I like about academia, not necessarily the degree. So I guess
Princess, put it down.
in some scenario, I guess I could see that. Like it matters what kind of influencer they're trying to be. You know what I mean? But it is very
This
popular.
is not a science influencer, man. This is
I know.
not.
Maybe
Hold on, we have a troll.
maybe they are.
Hey, Princess, can you put the question again? I don't see it. Guys, some of you unintentionally are working for the pharmaceutical companies. I don't think so. I work for myself. I'm self-employed.
Nice.
Well, if it's unintentional, then what's like? Then there's no malice in our
I
part.
don't know.
So
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay.
Well, that's great, but there's something called public health, Afri Kucha, that you never vaxxed and never got COVID, but some of us did. And we're talking about relationships and love. So who would want to date Afri Kuchi in the chat? Never vaxxed, never got COVID. Who's gonna date him?
I'm selfish. I'm selfish. I'm unique. Ugh.
I would need proof that they never got COVID.
Yo.
As in, I would need that nucleocapsid test.
What nucleocapsid test you talking about? You talking about antibody
PCR,
test?
the PCR test.
No, but that's only for acute infection. You talking about you want to do antibodies, but actually that's not been standardized to be able to tell. You're talking about antibodies to see if they got infected before. You want to know their antibody status from previous infection. Mm-hmm. Oh, somebody in South Africa. Well, I know a lot of people in Africa, and they actually get immunized. Afrikucha, sorry.
Yeah, that'd be tough. It'd be tough to date someone that was like super conspiratorial. They're so popular now. I think that would be a real deal breaker for me. Just like conspiratorial thinking would be.
Yeah, like he just said, don't wear a mask or vax. I'm okay.
Guys,
But that doesn't mean people need to hang out with you.
And I think that people like that just live in constant fear of like this whole like scientific cabal that's like running the world. Like what is going on, man? Like in reality, it's just people that in a weird way, they kind of think that science is stronger than I do, even as a scientist. You know what I mean? Like have this global mothership that's like beaming down exactly what we believe in any time. And in reality, it's just millions of people all looking at information, coming up with experiments and trying to reproduce them.
Pagel said, how are we going to hang out when I'm intubating you? Okay, somebody has a question for you, Corey. I'm sorry, but they've asked it twice.
Sure. Go
and this is about the bedroom thing. If you can't if you can't perform anymore in the bedroom in a marriage, would you blame your wife for leaving you?
No, not at all.
What? Oh, okay. Sorry, go.
Well, assuming if they've expressed it to me, as in assuming they've clearly communicated that they're dissatisfied with my bedroom performance, if I have taken no steps to address that, I would say that's on me.
Okay.
Wow.
But no, but I think to engage the question, right?
Yeah.
I think what they're saying is that it's something out of your control, right? Like, unfortunately men go through like bouts of impotence or maybe a permanent impotence or something. Or for whatever reason, maybe not just impotence, right? There could be other failings.
She said no performance at all. Yeah, she said no performance at all. She didn't say, she wanted to make sure she said that. Like impotence, like what you said, that's what she meant to say.
Okay, yeah. So go ahead.
If I was impotent and if I was taking no steps to address it, or let's say if it was totally an unaddressable issue, as in I don't know, like maybe my penis was amputated, and like they're free to leave. Like no, wait, I'm gonna say.
Oh my god.
I think that's an interesting question, and like especially when we're talking about men, like the idea, like we hear this all the time, right? Like like people are afraid of this idea of being cucked or something, right? To being less of a man, but like in this particular situation, if you literally cannot perform, right? Like should your partner be doomed to lose out on that part of their life for forever? I don't think so. Like if that literally happened to me, it'd be like, well, can we work this out within a relationship? Like maybe you should find someone else, right? And we can maybe continue like the rest of our lives together. Maybe if we're raising kids, right? You don't necessarily have to break that up over this if I literally cannot perform.
I think like having kids.
Christopher Reeve's wife stayed with him to the end.
I mean, guys, there's medications to help men, stay strong, for a lot years now, and then two, there's also like mechanical, things in AIDS that like couples
Those are
can use
kinds of
together, you know, in order to like
So
solve
it's
this.
not just about penile insertion, right? Like there's also
Yes,
there's
yes.
all kinds of things about sex, right? Like,
Yes, yes.
I'm not sure what I can say
Yeah, we got
on
it.
TikTok,
Yeah,
right? So I'm
yeah.
trying to be careful. But yeah, there's all kinds of ways that you can
Yeah.
like have a beautiful, healthy interaction. But
Exactly.
she still might want penile insertion, right? From a real penis, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
so if that's the
Intimacy.
case, then
Partner
yeah,
intimacy.
okay, maybe you should just maybe discreetly find someone who can do that for you.
And presumably, I don't know for sure, but presumably that was not a strong desire on Christopher Reeve's wife. But like if I
What
was
do
in
you
Christopher
mean?
Reeve's, well, as in like,
Oh, you mean that she probably didn't care about that? Is that
or
what you're
like,
saying?
yeah,
Oh, no, the nursemaid.
Well, yeah, but regardless, like, I'm assuming like they were not playing out the scenario that I was just playing out of like a partner expressed to me that, hey, you cannot perform, specifically, you cannot get it up, and you need to do something about that. Like, I have to imagine that Christopher Reeve's wife never complained about that because she recognized that he literally is paralyzed from
Oh,
the neck
no,
down.
that doesn't mean no. She could have. No, she actually may have. Again, we're just making guesses here, right? But I think she actually could have, right? Now, again, like it's unfair to like say that it's his fault, right? He fell off the horse. I think is what happened to him. That she could talk about like her frustrations. Her frustrations are valid, right? Like, hey, I've lost access to this, right? And like I was saying at the very start of this, right? This was not part of their life plan. She didn't come into the relationship thinking I'm going to have to take care of this individual, like serious medical intervention for the rest of her life. That is a huge leap to take. Now she did it, right? But if she wanted to, like, find a lover on the side, I think it'd be a very mature thing for Reeve to say, yeah, okay, why not? Like, I won't be able to help you here. So, like, find that other person so we can keep our family unit together.
Yeah. I mean,
I agree with that.
Can I shout out Hector? Hey, Hector. Hector is a young one. I think he's in his 20s, aren't you, Hector? Hector, we're talking about being healthy for love and double standards.
yeah.
What we expect health-wise, and our deal breakers. And I know for you, I don't know. Hector actually has an interesting background because he was like homeschooled for a while and completely, I think all natural, and now he's seen the light.
Nice. Very nice. I think a really good thing that for everyone to talk about in the guise of like what it is like asking them, what do you like to do? It makes me feel like this when you do this. You can like talk about these experiences and build up, and you don't, having a conversation that's fluid, talking about these things and having, bringing these up with your partner is just always going to make that scenario better and better.
I mean, yeah, I think at the end of the day, the key is open and honest communication.
Yeah, I think exactly. I think no matter what happens, with the accidents or not, or decreased performance or, whatever it is, just kind of like being open and honest and being like, hey, we haven't tried this. Can we, I was thinking about this, or I brought this to try this,
I have a question. Oh, I got a question. Mm-hmm. So Corey and I have a mutual friend. His name is Lactoid. And he has a very particular idea. He's a lawyer. I want to preface this. He's a lawyer, right? And you'll understand why in a moment. He says that marriage contracts are insufficient, the way we do them now, right, are quite insufficient. And that you should like have very specific contracts that go through pretty much all parts of life, right? Hey, this is what I expect of my partner. And if your partner then violates that marriage contract, right, if they don't fulfill some sort of clause, well, then you've broken that, and then you should be able to leave, right? Without any consequences. So, like for instance, right? So usually cheating, people can understand that. Okay, cheating, right? But
I gotta get Attorney Di up here. I don't know how. I gotta get her up because Attorney Di, please tell me your thoughts. And when we, I wish we could do the multi-guest thing with her because that would be so good.
Yeah. So
Attorney Di, if you go live, we can co-host.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Attorney Di, go live.
And then we can do a 3-way host. Go ahead,
what he
Brian.
was saying is that, like, yeah, so like I expect you to be at a level of fitness, right? Like if you go above this weight, you have violated the marriage contract, and I have the ability to, like, like instigate the separation clause or whatever a lawyer would call
Can
that.
I ask you a
Like,
question? Why
yeah.
why did you bring this up? Do you like this idea?
So
There's too
what
much. There was too much of a
I don't
pause.
like-
There's too much
I
of a
don't like
pause.
his clauses, right? So his clauses wouldn't be my clauses. We had a big argument about this, right? But I do like the idea of, like, actually thinking.
Yeah, tap the
through
screen, y'all. We should be
relationship.
at 50K. And I hope, Dr. Greg, you guys at 50. We should be at 100K. We are at 29K over here.
Damn, I never do the TikTok things. I'm sorry. Go ahead,
I
Brian.
know,
Sorry,
I don't either.
finish your thing. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, like I said, like, and Corey can attest to this. Like, we had a very big argument when he, like,
coming
first
on
proposed this
fire.
idea. But like, so his clauses wouldn't be my clauses. But, like, the idea of thinking through your relationship, which is what we've been talking about here, right? Like, what do you actually want, right? And communicating with a partner. What he's basically saying is that I'm going to stipulate all this, like, at the front, right? Like, this is what I'm looking for in a marriage, and we both have to stay within these bounds, right? And making that very clear, instead of leading up to chance. And so, like, does that seem reasonable to people? Again, you don't, like, not his clauses, right? You can ignore that stuff. But, like, being extremely specific within the marriage clause, right? So you guys have all said you have deal breakers. Well, what if they have a substance abuse issue, right? Later on in life, right? They started to drink a lot, right? If that's within the marriage contract, then it gives you an easy way to exit.
What do you think, Dr. Keisha?
Okay, I have two questions. I'm going to say the other question. Okay. Someone is saying that you should not get married if you have to have all these clauses. And I'm kind of agreeing with that. Y'all, yes, marriage is built on love, and it is a contract. It is you become like a business. But I think you are tipping on thin ice when you start to add all those clauses. Because I'm going to tell you, you'd be surprised, all the people that say that I'm not putting up with this, and then they do that. Yeah, you should not get married. Right, that's what Jim says. That is dangerous. I agree with that. All these clauses, because they don't do what you want, then why are you getting married? You're forcing someone to do something, and people make mistakes.
What's the point of getting married to begin with then? Or, like, what's the point of getting that, whatever, legal marriage certificate then? Because it is a contract.
It's not to have rules to say you better do A, B, C, and D. Now, my husband did cook, though, and he's kept up with that.
Are you saying there's no rule, but there are implicit, like, so infidelity is usually like an unwritten rule for most marriage, quote unquote, contracts.
And how many men break that in the how many people break that in the contract? And then you just and then you have kids.
But, like,
and then you have kids.
But then, okay, but is it sufficient enough justification? As in, someone can make the argument that, well, I'm married, it's not in the contract. Why can't I not be adulterous?
So are you doing just for the faithful part? To get someone on the fact that they're faithful?
Well, I'm asking you, of, like, what's the point? Like, are we on the same page that, like, marriage is some sort of contract? Because that is the argument that someone, like,
not that kind of contract, sir.
Yeah, so I think Corey's trying to.
There's a marriage license. It's not a marriage. It's actually a marriage license, not a marriage contract. You know that?
Sure. Yeah.
But I think Corey's trying to say at some point that you still there is some deal breakers, I guess, in the license.
But would you put?
Yes.
They're in the regular marriage license, Dr. Greg. Are you guys talking about a prenup?
I think their values. They're saying kind of like these are my deal breakers, and Corey's obviously saying that everyone agrees that there would be.
Okay,
like,
so then you're
adultery.
saying therefore they owe you something if they break these things, or are you saying that therefore you're going to get divorced? Because then you can just get divorced. What are you going to do with the clauses? What are you going to do with the contract? What are you doing? You're getting some money from it.
What's the point?
Are you saying therefore I can divorce you, which you can do anyway? For reconcilable differences?
I would have to ask Vlad one because this is his idea.
Now you don't want to have no parts of it.
But like I would imagine, I'm guessing, right now, maybe I'm incorrect in this, is that like it would give you a Kleenex, just like again, I'm not a lawyer, so maybe your lawyer friend, when she comes up, she can clear these things up for us. But like there are like like quote unquote valid excuses, right? Like people recognize adultery as a valid excuse, right? Getting divorced, and that gives you advantage in those proceedings, or might be able to give you a clean exit. Well, I can prove this person was adulterous, right? But like in this idea, like whatever those other clauses that are that's been broken, well, those have already been stated. You're in violation of that, right? And then that also gives you an equally valid exit strategy. But again, that's my guess as to what he means by that.
I mean, I think for me, how I understand is like I value, like we're going to share. The reason why I wanted to get married is like I wanted to share my life with my wife. I wanted to grow like with her, and I wanted to like devote my life to her. So that was really the only stipulation. I feel we obviously had like a monogamous relationship, so that would be inherent in the relationship itself. But I don't know. I wouldn't be okay. I wouldn't set any artificial new breakpoints like weight or anything like that, because it's like, again, people can go through things together, and like I'm gonna help her come back from that if that was it, and I guess I'm devoted to her, and whatever she goes through, we're gonna go through together because we're married.
Mm-hmm. And someone in the chat said, Jim said, the deal breakers are established before marriage. Yeah, you're taking your vows established prior to marriage. Marriage is the legal part. He doesn't have a clue about what marriage is and needs to stay far away from it. That somebody else.
Well, I'm sorry,
just read the chat.
I changed my mind. So before I met my wife, like I didn't want to get married because I was like, I don't think that there's anyone that I could ever see myself wanting to live my life with. And she changed my mind to that, and I was like, wow, she's good enough, and I definitely want to change my mind there. And kids too, actually. Kids, I didn't really want to have kids, and I think that that's kind of normal before you have kids, like to not want to have kids, and she changed my mind on that too, and now we have 4 kids, but yeah,
So,
I think
but like,
2 more.
yeah.
I'm trying to steel man this argument, okay? Right? And
We will.
like at the very start of this, right? What did we talk about? We talked about how individuals, right, during the
Okay, here we go.
Oh, okay, we got another person. Sorry, Prime, 1 second. Hi.
Welcome in. This is Attorney Di, y'all. She's all things law and legal on this app.
Hi.
And she has some things
Nice
to
to
talk
meet
about.
you.
This marriage contract. But I think he was saying something. Then we get into the marriage contract.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, right.
So Attorney Di, we have two of my friends joining. They're on call with us, and then we're just chatting.
Cool. I have to be kind of quiet because I got kids asleep, but we'll be good.
You're good, Mom.
Cool.
Go for it, Prime.
Yeah. So again, I don't think people believe me, but this is really not my idea.
He's devil advocating this position.
Yeah, I just want to. I think it's interesting, and so I'm going to try to steal my friend's idea. So again, how did we start this conversation? We talked about how, like, within the COVID pandemic, right?
Actually, how we started this, I asked you guys a relationship question, and y'all went straight into the political stuff. And now I see why. You guys are jumping lily pads like on Frogger. Y'all remember Frogger? They straight jumping lily pads around the conversation. So go ahead.
Everything is political.
Prime is
No,
one of
I don't think everything is political. And that's the problem. You go into a marriage thinking that a marriage is political.
We just proved Prime's point.
Yeah, right. Like,
Are we still?
That's a question.
Are we still talking about the marriage contracts? We're still talking about that part.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm going to expound on something, and then I would love to hear what you have to say. So anyway, in the beginning of this conversation, we talked about how within the COVID pandemic, people were like divorcing each other, right? Because now all of a sudden you have a partner who you find out doesn't like vaccines, right? And doesn't want your kids to be vaccinated, right?
Right.
This is a case where people didn't discuss these things beforehand. They didn't bother, right? Like, and this happens in all kinds of portions of life, right? Like where you don't actually necessarily consider, you don't think you even have to ask the question. Well, of course they share my values, right? Well, of course they'd be on my side. But you don't know until it becomes extremely real. And at that point, well, you're already married, right? Now you're stuck with those consequences. And it could be one of those deal breakers, right? And so I think the point of this exercise, as my friend would say, would be to go through those pain points beforehand. Actually, let's have a structured way of figuring out, like, what are these deal breakers? What should end this marriage contract? If you don't want to vaccinate the kids, for some people, really, that's a deal breaker.
Yeah.
And should be formalized.
Sure. So are what you're saying then, you want to have a marriage contract where something like that's put in there so that if you break it, then the marriage is over? Is that what you're saying?
Again, this is not my idea. This is my friend's idea. I'm saying, I'm asking everyone, do people think this is a valid idea, right? So yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts on it.
I guess there could be
Sure.
theoretically
Well,
some.
one of the things that my husband and I tell people all the time, and I just have to give you a little insight. We've been together for 30 years.
Wow.
We just had our 26th wedding anniversary. So
Wow.
we've been together a long, long time. The one thing we try to tell people is don't get married. You don't have to get married anymore. Married in the past was because, you needed alliances. But now the key is to have women independently have enough money that they're not trapped. But some people are like, we want to get married. It's romantic and wonderful. And for those, we say, absolutely, you can do a contract. You can put a contract together with pieces of what's okay, what's not okay. A lot of people call those prenups, and that's all right. But when you are signing the certificate, that's your contract. And your certificate just says time, place, and your names. And if you want to add more to that, which I always encourage people to do, there's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion, as a lawyer, because it is a contractual relationship. I know that's not very romantic, but, the law is the law.
What I said.
Yeah, I think
that was kind of like what you said.
I said, is it not a contract? And it's not marriage, it's ultimately a contract. Pretty sure.
Yeah.
you just have to be.
You wanted the country. Yeah.
You have to be really careful. And when you're talking about the V's, and even I like to talk about the K shot that they're not wanting their babies to have, the vitamin K. When you get into that area, a couple of things to always think about. At the very start of the pregnancy, that's when you should be talking about it, right before she's showing. I have found if you sit down and say, hey, what's going on, and this is how we'd like to do it, and that's something you can kind of chew on together throughout the rest of the pregnancy. So it's like, well, what are you doing? How do you feel about this now? What are we doing now? That kind of allows both of you to really think about it and take the time. Now, my husband's a scientist, and he's like, what do you mean you don't want the kid to have a vaccine? I was like, I heard that they caused something really, really bad. And he was like, no. As a scientist, he's like, no. And I'm like, all right, well, let's do it then. Bring on the needles. That's all I needed. But a lot of other people, they don't have a scientist that can just look at them and say, you give my baby that vitamin K, right? Or we're done. But I think it does fall into that prenuptial piece of contracts, if you're wondering.
Okay, now listen, you said stuff that makes sense, like vitamin K, which could save a baby, by the way.
Right.
Now, what about this? Because someone said this in the chat, Jim did. Did somebody say that you would want a part of the contract to be that if a woman gains weight, he could divorce her? Would you put something like that? Did somebody say that?
That was what the other guy was saying. That the guy that was on Prime's candle, not Prime or Corey. Yeah. So Corey, so Prime hosts some of the biggest political panels on Twitch, and so he's talking about someone else that's on his panel that he had talked about.
So they would do that. They put that in the clause. Because I also say when you start to do stuff like that, be careful, because a lot of people seem to think that they are immune and nothing's going to happen to them, and they'll be the ones that gain the weight, or they'll be the ones that cheat. So be careful.
Yeah.
And two, you're talking about people getting into accidents before or cancer or something like that. And honestly, I see weight gain in kind of that same kind of category. It's something unexpected. Usually we don't walk around being like, I want to put on 300 pounds. We don't do that. Right. But sometimes we're like, I'm going to eat a damn burger. I was pregnant for 10 months. Eat one now. So that can happen too. So you'll want to tread very lightly on the weight issues because women have so many traumas and so much history with that because of society. So you got to step carefully. I mean, if that's something that's really important to you, the person that you're with, I feel like she's going to probably know that, right? So you guys can probably talk about that. That can be something open to discuss. And she can say, I'm going to bench more than you next week. Or like, hey, weight's kind of been a problem for me. How can we deal with it in a way that doesn't trigger me?
Could you clear something up? So again, I'm not, this idea comes from a lawyer, so but I'm not a lawyer myself. So I like to ask you, right? In terms of like exiting a marriage, right? Like if you prove that a person has like broken some sort of clause, right, within the marriage contract, as we understand it now, like in terms of like infidelity, right? Does that give you some sort of advantage within the proceedings, divorce proceedings?
It's tough because we're talking about a prenup and that's saying that if anything happens, you get this, this, and this. But to actually put in language of behavior, that's going to be tough. The only one I've actually seen have been actually very, very devout Christians. Because, if you go down that road, the only way for a marriage to end in Christianity is if there's infidelity. You can kind of sneak that in, but if it's something else, like if you snore or you're eating potato chips all the time and I can't handle it, like Gwyneth Paltrow did, like that's not going to work for you. It's just not. You're going to have to be careful. And modifying someone else's behavior, that's, if you've got someone that's like, please modify my behavior, great. But if you don't, which is most people, you're going to, I would say that would negatively affect your divorce. If you've got a clause that's like, she can't get super fat, the judge is going to be like, what kind of a relationship do you even have?
Yeah.
I mean, it's so crazy. I'm a rookie. I've only been with my wife for 16 years. So, but I feel.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Look at just 16 years.
Yeah, y'all are doing it like decade plus more. But I feel like I'm like a totally different person than the person that I was in my mid 20s. You know what I mean? I feel like every year I'm always trying to like be better, or be different, or So I think I feel that. I don't know. It's cool. I like that. I like that version that I am now versus who I am before. So I never would have thought that I could be here before in my 20s, So that kind of like uptight, like mold that doesn't feel like free and liberated. I wouldn't want to be with that kind of person,
Right. Well, and one of the big things that I've learned the hard way, I learned everything the hard way. It's like, oh, that's the door. Ow. Okay, great. But one of the things I think that's important to remember is as time goes on, we're all growing, right? We're all growing, we're all changing. You can grow together or you can grow apart. And so that's something to really keep your eye on. You're like, hey, I've reached this point where I feel this way, and this is how things need to be for me. What do you think about? And give them a chance to catch up or pull back. Or to just say, I'll see you when you get to where I'm at, too. So I think a discussion is really big. And when you've been in a marriage or a relationship for 16 years, heck yeah, you're going to grow. I mean, that's like a decade and then some more stuff because I'm a lawyer. I don't do math, but that's important.
Yeah.
16 years, heck yeah, you should be able to talk about it for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It's something we had. Corey and I had like a big argument previously. This was quite a while ago. But like we talked about things that are unforeseen, which is, I think we're moving with this conversation, things that are unforeseen, right?
Yeah.
Like Corey was saying that, oh, well, he asked his partners a whole list of questions and to like screen them out for, various red flags. But like my counterpoint was that like, well, you can't necessarily do that for everything, and that like people can go through traumatic experiences in their lives that completely change their outlooks, and there's like literally no way that you can account for that, right? Like maybe you two, like you brought the Christian marriage, right? Maybe you two were deeply religious, and then something traumatic happens, and then one of the partner is no longer religious. Well, what do you do then? And like, can you work that out? Like, what if the children are involved, right? Like, well, the one partner wants to take them to church, and then the other one's like, well, no, this is a waste of time, right? Like, how do you work these things out? Yeah.
Well, and that's really good. And those are all great examples. And that's stuff, in my opinion, that needs to be discussed before you get married.
Yeah.
Like, hey, what's going on? Is that what you're thinking too, Dr. Keisha?
Yeah. That's like the dating time. And I think it's even the pre-dating. I had a question. Are you healthy enough for love? And my question is, are you even healthy enough to date? A lot of people, I asked Dr. Rael that, and he's a relationship scientist. And he was like, he talks to a lot of people. And I was like, why don't you just tell them they're not ready to even date? Like their mindset was so toxic, they weren't even ready to date. Yeah. People need to start asking themselves that. Are you ready today?
That's an interesting, like, physical health question, and also a mental health question too.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Are you ready to take?
Yeah, for real. Like, I think, do you love yourself enough in order to look for love?
Actually, so Dr. Keisha, if you could clarify that. So like, I took that as a mental health question, but is that what you meant? Or were you saying like physically, are you physically able to date?
See, now there you go with this ableness.
Oh dear.
I notice you doing that a lot.
I don't understand.
I see you.
What's the question?
And this is another thing. I don't even think you know that you, with your words, that you're going there.
Can you
want to clarify?
I started this out, are you healthy for love? So basically this topic, remember tonight, was, are you healthy for love? And we got to do it again tomorrow night. We got to get Jim and them up here. But the reason why I did, are you healthy to love, is because, are you even ready to accept it? Are you ready mentally, physically as well? Yes. A lot of us, same thing. I believe when people get pregnant, I think that you should also make sure you're ready before, healthy wise, your weight wise, all of that stuff, because it's a hard time. But you need to know emotionally if you're ready. And that means having preconceived notions about men or women. You already have, and the same thing about implicit racial biases. Are you having implicit biases that or unnecessary expectations on your partner? Are you loving yourself? Can you hang out with yourself? Do you always have to have someone or be in a relationship to complete yourself?
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Are you just looking for a mom?
If you got a lot of health issues going on, whether they are dependency issues or non-dependency issues, take care of that stuff before you get into a relationship.
Yeah, dude. A lot of times, especially the incel guys, just look like they're looking for like a mom. They don't want a partner. They don't want someone that's a co-unit that they're growing together. It's weird.
So I mean, I don't disagree with what you said, but how does one know whether they're all of those things ready to date?
That's a good
Well,
question.
you know what's good? That's why I asked Dr. Rael. And I was like, why don't you tell some of them? Why are people normalizing going to therapy?
Dude, I've been in therapy 17 years. And
He
people
told
get
one of them. One of the guys literally, it was so dangerous. It was so dangerous that I said, why did you not just tell this guy he should not be dating? He kept wondering why he couldn't find somebody and da-da-da-da-da. But he thought about a woman, the viewpoint he thought about a woman was like, I don't know, it was archaic. And he was wondering why he couldn't get a relationship. It was more of a take than a
give and take. And I'm not going to say everyone getting married at 17. Well, I didn't get married, but meeting your fella or your lady or your people that you love. You don't have to get married that young, but one thing.
Oh, people want to see Twitch. Can they get over to the Twitch?
They can.
Prime
Dr. Greg?
Kais. Yeah, Prime
Yeah,
Kais.
twitch.tv/primekay, PRIMECAYES, if you want to join us. Yeah.
If you like political panels and debates, like a Monday Monday at night, Prime has like really good political panels, like some of the best on the internet, genuinely.
That's great.
Thank
That's
you
great.
for the kindness. I appreciate that.
Yeah, genuinely.
So
Okay, wait,
so just
before we go further, I have a question for Dr. Greg. As your two friends, you are so kind, but you are married and they are not. What advice from you listening to all this would you give to them? Be honest.
I would say like, don't look for love. It'll just come to you. Just keep working on yourself, and then it'll eventually.
Okay, that's
keep
very
going.
nice and sweet and all that stuff. Yeah. What advice would you give to them, not to anybody? You're right, Dr.
No.
Attorney, you
No.
so.
I think they're fine. I think they're doing great. I think.
What do I have to change specifically about my face?
Yeah, exactly, dude. I love Prime's insatiable urge to learn
I know
and
you
discuss
love him, but what
people.
would you say about?
And he's
but
and
you've
he's
been
gonna
through a
do.
relationship.
I know, but he's gonna
You-
find
you-
someone that's like that. So I would encourage someone that
okay, I see
challenges
what you're
him,
saying.
that challenges him, and that he can have intellectual conversations with, and that that kind of stuff. And Corey's the same way. He's an academic, and he's likes to work out, and he's gonna find someone that challenges him in both of those areas. And I think that it just. You got to get someone that's productive. There's so many toxic relationships people get into, and I feel like it's weird. It's weird because I feel like people know that it's toxic, but then they're it's like a gravity well. They're just pulling each other down, and they can't it's a death spiral. So,
But I had a friend that I loved to death, but I've known her for a long time, and I could want it. And now we're not like friends, but I've always wanted to tell her that, like, I see why you're single, and we have to admit that to our friends. I'm gonna be honest, like, complain city, everything. And sometimes you have to tell your friends the things that you're like, you know what, this might be why.
yeah.
Things ain't working out.
Toxicity is so negative in a relationship. It can just you're just someone that's complaining all the time and not trying to build up and stuff. You're not going to want to build a relationship up with that person if they're just spit and fire, because it makes you think, what is this person saying about me behind their back?
Well, and it's exhausting.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah, exactly.
I would say one real quick with this idea that you might in time have an injury or something like that come up, and you can kind of talk about that a little bit, but until it really happens, there's really no way to deal with it. I was in a very, very bad accident a few years ago, and I am still declining a bit. And I tell you what, my husband, the day that it happened, he was like, oh my God, what are we going to do? And then after that, it was just like, what do you need? Just tell me what you need. And I think that's because, we have this history together. So you don't have to have 30 years like me, but I think if you've got some challenges that you've overcome together, that's what can kind of get you to a point where it's like, it doesn't matter. All I know is, my wife is hurt and I want her to not hurt anymore.
Forget the contract.
Yes, exactly. Like if we had a contract, I'd be like, all right, here you go. Sorry.
You do hear the stories of someone that like leaves someone that is diagnosed with stage 4 cancer or something, and it's like unfathomable to me. I could never do that to my partner. I don't understand it. It's so crass, and also like. You just be there for that person that needs you when you're there. And if it's stage 4, let's just be real. It's not going to be that long. That's what I don't understand. The selfishness to be like, no, I have to have these hospital visit
Dr.
times.
Greg, what?
It's crazy.
Giuliani,
who was
I think.
the one that said that if they were impotent, they were fine with their spouse leaving them? If you think about that, is it because you also conversely, if that happened to them, you would leave? And why would you even accept that for yourself, somebody that would leave you in that point? You gotta start realizing what truly is important. Things we thought were important after over time.
I was given a very niche scenario, and it wasn't
I
allowed to
know.
elaborate.
You were. I know.
Yeah, no elaboration.
Oh, that's great.
I'm more than happy to have a conversation about it, but yes, I tried to answer the question as directly as possible without derailing the conversation, but I'm more than happy to like fully
Yeah,
answer
go
that.
ahead. Elaborate.
Well, so if that scenario is posed to me of like if this partner said that like, oh, your impotence is like this is the deal breaker now, and so it's like you either solve it or you don't. Like if I can't solve it, then like pretty much like to what Prime said, I don't want to deprive them of like if this is like their sole source of pleasure, then like yeah, I don't want to hold you back from like leading a fulfilling life. So it's like if I can't provide that, then it's like I'm not going to hold you back. But at the same
I'm
time, like,
confused.
do I think that I would select a partner that would do that? My answer is no. Do I think I would select a partner that would be willing to work with me if I had this issue that's out of my control? My answer is yes.
Okay. One thing I didn't quite understand. Are you saying that there is a person somewhere in the world that would say, the knock in the boots is the only pleasure that they get?
That was
Did you say that?
Mostly outlined to me. I'm not saying like this is a realistic, but I'm just trying to
I
answer the question.
understand. I'm working within your hypothetical. That's that's how we do it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be their only source, right? Like of pleasure, but like we can understand that within relationships, for men and women, sex is important, right? For some more than others, right? And if in this case that they aren't able to provide that with your partner, and like this is something completely lacking, the mature thing might be to let them go. Like I'm sorry, I can't provide this for you.
That is great.
Well, I mean,
this is what I'm saying when I ask about like, well, I think he's thinking in a different time, but this is why I'm like, you really need to like hang around more married people and understand the stages of a relationship.
But like I think what they're saying is actual compatibility
for all kinds of reasons. Wait a minute, but people do that. Like married couples split up for sex reasons all the time, right? Like people are unhappy within their relationships and they step out on them, right? They might do that for emotional reasons, yes, but also for physical reasons. People like visit, for instance, sex workers behind their partner's back, right? Because they're feeling unfulfilled in their marriage. So I'm saying, and I think what Corey is saying, is that like rather than like hurt each other, right? By you going behind this individual's back, the mature thing might be like, okay, well, if I can't provide this part for you, it's really unfortunate. But maybe you should leave and find somewhere you can be truly fulfilled.
You have to take this one. I don't understand anything he's saying.
Mature way. Doing that. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry,
that's
a
little
TikTok thing.
Puzzle thing. But I think some people want to. After this, we might. Some people are going to come up, Dr. Greg. If you are, I don't know if you're still going on, but if you aren't. That way people can come up and talk.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of people that have questions for y'all.
Cool. Yeah. I think, we end like in 30 minutes and 40 minutes. So,
okay.
Yeah. I think the broader question is like compatibility, like having that conversation of like, how active are we? What does it look like?
Is it really about compatibility though? I think it's also about when things go awry. Mm-hmm. When lifes. Are you going to be there?
I think you have to have compatibility at the beginning, and in order to have that foundation, and then those kind of like problems that happen or the bumps in the road or whatever, however you want to explain it. Like, I think that you can withstand that once you have that compatibility at the beginning. It's not always going to look the same, right? Like what you do at the beginning isn't going to be with the same in like 30 years. But like having that bedrock of trust and relationship and building off of that, I think that's important.
Compatibility.
Yeah. But I mean, like there are weird times. Like there are weird times where like opposites attract. And maybe someone is bringing someone into something else, or introducing someone into something else. So I can understand that too. It doesn't always have to be something that's like 100% match, but it has to be kind of like consent and trust. That foundation.
Dr.
I'm glad you mentioned consent.
Yes.
So I don't mean to run over the other individual within the call, the lawyer. If you want to talk, then I don't mean to run over you. Are you trying to say something?
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay, so I didn't want to be rude. But Dr. Keisha, yeah. So I guess I pose the opposite question to you, right? If a person has stated they're unhappy, within a marriage, right? Are you saying that they should stay and not be able to leave? Like, and again, it doesn't have to be for sex, but for other reasons, right? Like should they have to stay and work it out, or what's your thoughts on that?
Well, stay and work it out should be first. And then if the working out doesn't work, then you can think about that. Yeah. That's the problem is a lot of people just give up without trying. Or say, I'm not doing therapy. I don't do therapy. I'm a man. I don't do therapy. Why?
Yeah.
Well, I think we
and you
agree
shouldn't
then.
get therapy when you should start doing that
That's
before.
not incompatible with what I said.
Yeah,
Outside
but
eyes.
it's the same for us.
It's not
right?
incompatible, but it's not what you said, though. It may not be incompatible with what you said.
How is it not what I said when I said that it's out of my control and that if I cannot solve this problem, then you are free to leave?
But you said I cannot solve it. It's a we. See, I keep catching you on stuff.
Sure,
It's a
I'm
we.
caught.
It's not
You
an
caught me.
I.
I don't.
You in a relationship. It's a
okay,
we.
well, we both have worked on this, and we both have figured out that we're at an impasse for whatever reason, right? In that case, you'd say that they should be able to leave, right, if they're still unsatisfied, right?
Yeah, if you've done all that you can do, then you have.
If we've done all that we can do.
Oh, you trying to catch me on that? Yeah, and we. You're right.
Right?
If you
We.
too, if you.
Not taking
No,
your
but
advice
you.
there.
But wait, but you is you all.
Y'all.
If y'all all that you could do.
Yeah.
Okay.
And someone said if abuse is involved, okay. Then somebody said,
You just had my
Somebody
issue with
said
the
if
word
abuse
I.
is involved, then yes, you definitely should go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
we're
dangerous.
not discussing abuses, but yeah, we agreed on that part. Yeah, sure.
100%.
You know, somebody in
Yeah.
the chat was saying that. I just wanted to.
Yeah.
I agree.
So I think we're all in the same agreement then. We're all in agreement that, like, yeah, try to work it out, of course. And back to my part, my idea was that, like, in that situation, I would say my partner could step out of the relationship, with permission. If I literally could not fulfill her, then yeah, to keep our family.
You're still gonna be
together.
married? Still gonna be married when she's out with somebody else?
Well, there could be if there was like some extenuating medical circumstances or something like that. There, people have used like sex services for to. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. I mean, for if people, yeah. I mean,
So
people,
I
open
need
relationship.
details.
I know, right?
Open their marriage up for all kinds of reasons,
Yeah.
though, right?
yeah.
It might be something that's against your values, particularly, and that's okay, right? Then maybe that's not an option for you, but for others,
I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It's just, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It's just something I've not heard before. So I need to be like, what?
people do this. Yeah,
Like,
of
why do you
course.
have
I
to
mean,
be
like,
injured though?
Well, if the person was unable to fulfill that need,
Oh, so you can't just be like, I'm freaking tired. Go find your friend.
yeah, they like some extenuating circumstance that would be
Okay.
like, yeah. So using
This
someone,
is what the contract is for, Attorney Di. The contract
Yeah.
is for all this. In the contract.
it's a stipulation.
I'm not sure you can be like, and I want to go see a
From 8 to
prostitute.
10 and
Chapter
little
4, subclause 2.
You read the contract?
Oh my goodness. I'm not even
Oh,
sure.
and you didn't read the end of the contract where all of this is void
Yeah.
for me?
Yeah.
Not sure.
It
About
is
that
very
one.
weird. I don't think like the open relationship thing that is like kind of in vogue that I've heard about stuff is very odd to me. I would definitely I cherish being monogamous with my wife because we can build that together. It's something that I can go with her together. So it is very destabilizing. It seems to be like kind of like adding more variables. I wouldn't personally be okay with that.
Try polygamy. That's a whole nother drama.
Yeah, that's like
I
it's
mean,
just
are
too
they-
much.
Can you find them online? I mean, is that where the people are?
It's happening more
There's
often
people
with like
everywhere.
younger generation, like the younger. It's very weird. There's weird
Right,
weird
yes.
dating trends. There's
Okay.
there's the incel like right wing guys that are really like trying to have like a more traditional wife setup where it's like that it is, and that's like its own thing. And then there's other
Right.
people that are trying to do like thruples and different types of relationships and
I
stuff.
gotta push back against you, right?
Oh, those
Like,
are the pineapples. The pineapple people.
Yeah.
That's right.
different.
I gotta push
Go
back
for it, Prime.
against
Go
you,
for it,
Dr.
Prime.
Greg, right?
Yeah.
And it's fair. Again, like this is, I think what you just talked about, like, in terms of monogamy, in terms of your own marriage, is absolutely fair, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I want to push back against, like, oh, these people are being weird, right, for opening up their relationships. I think there's all kinds of relationship dynamics, right, and they can be valid within the confines of those people, right? Those consenting adults. I don't like
Absolutely.
ostracizing these individuals and making them feel othered, right? Because they have a different function. I don't think you were trying to do that, but I just want to push back against.
Yeah.
Who you're
that.
talking to?
Consenting adults like that. That's fine. For me, that's weird for me.
Yeah.
That would be like, I can only speak for myself.
Not to you.
Yeah. Consenting adults doing their thing, like that's what it is. I think it's regressive. These like incel guys that want trad wives and stuff like that. I think that is like genuinely malignant for society. But like,
Okay, can I tell y'all something? Sidebar.
Sure.
ChatGPT told me to do that lighting setting this whole time, and I'm like, ChatGPT is stupid.
It is very
Oh
update.
Lord have mercy. Okay, God.
Gotta watch those computers.
Yeah,
ChatGPT is.
it is. It's
so-
interesting. Go ahead.
I think I would say I don't care what anybody does as long as there's consent and it's not illegal, except there's some exceptions. All right. But I think it's just fine. But I will say it's got to be, for someone who's been with someone for 30 years, that's got to be freaking exhausting. If you've got like 2 more people, it's like, hey, what's up? And you got to ask them about their day and have different stuff. Like for me, I'm just like, I'm not making 4 times the meals.
Well,
Yeah.
to be clear, there are different types of open relationships, right?
Yeah.
So what you seem to be talking about is more of like an established relationship with multiple individuals, right? You could have like an open relationship where like your only contact with the other, right, is one to just like go out on dates, right? The third individual is just to go on to dates, or maybe just for sex. And that's not like they're not part of the dynamic in any other way, right? But you can have a situation where it's exactly what you said, where like, hey, maybe we're all in the same house, right? Or we like I go to Mondays I'm with this person, Tuesdays I'm with that person. There's all kinds of formulations of this, right? Some more intense than others.
It's a lot.
Okay.
Consensual, non-monogamy. Yeah.
That's right. That's the key. Right. All right.
This is good. Okay, you was good doing this co-hosting.
Yeah.
Attorney Dapp, you want to come through and say goodbye to us? We're going to do our debriefing, but tomorrow I'm doing this. This was good. I think it was necessary to have. We all can't agree on everything. So
I love it.
True.
Thanks for
I
having
do.
I
us,
think
guys.
people enjoyed it.
Yeah. Are you going to be able to butt me down? I do have to go
Yeah.
whenever, but
And you can come visit, if you're like us, come visit us at Twitch or YouTube.com.
Yeah.
Prime Kai, PRIMECAYES. If you want to be part of my panels, panel. Corey, where can people find you?
Twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84, and it's Corey Campbell at every other platform.
All right. And y'all over on Twitch, don't forget Attorney Di. She's over here on TikTok and IG, right? She has to go. And the Medical Collective, Dr. Keisha Davis on all platforms and the Medical Collective.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Bye, Dr.
All right,
Greg.
say
We'll see you
bye.
again.
See ya.
Hi. Nice to meet you all.
Cool. Oh, we're back. We're back, guys. That was awesome. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Afon. Cool.
Spirited conversation.
Yeah.
Great conversation.
I was caught so many times saying I instead of we.
I know. It's a weird thing, man. I think that it is weird. Like trying to, like, finances is always one where it's always like, that's another thing where it's like, it's not my money, it's our money. I think that's where people more classically kind of think of that, right?
I think that's important. I think that's an important way of thinking about those things. But actually, no, we had a conversation. That reminds me. So we've talked about everything, right? Like if you come over to my channel, you'll find we've talked about everything at one point in time. But we did talk about this, right?
Everything had not approved on TikTok, almost certainly.
Yeah.
Things are improved on TikTok, absolutely, yeah. But we did have a conversation about this, Corey. Now, I wonder if you remember, because I'm pretty sure this is on the Reverie. or maybe not. Actually, it might have been an all black everything. But in any case, right? It was a situation where a wife, she like had a separate account, right? So like they had like a combined account, and she got a side account, right? And she was putting, I believe it was like her money, right? The money she made from her job. She was siphoning a bit of that off, right? Rather than putting it into like the combined account. Now the husband was under a different impression, right? Oh, everything is in here, but she had a side account. And it was like, oh, is this okay, right? Is this like some sort of violation? Like, because somehow like they found this out, right, and it became a whole thing. So like, I'm not sure if I had this conversation with you, Corey, but in any case, right?
With me, but I can engage with hypothetical. So, is there anything more to add to like the scenario, or
no, it's pretty much that, yeah.
So I'm just trying to play out the hypothetical, and like, as in like, if I found out my partner had a secret account, I probably would not.
You're married, yeah.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't think much of it, other than like, whatever.
Really?
It makes sort of like I can like rationalize it, or I would speculate that they're setting aside money as like a plan B type of thing. That's not, I don't view that as like a bad thing.
You don't think really? That's wild, man. I mean, okay, so imagine
but
it's like 10%, 20%, 30%, 50% of their money. It could be a lot.
Unless they said, like, if they said, the agreement was we're going to put all of our money collectively, as in like there was some sort of agreement, probably verbal, or like a mutual understanding, like we're putting all of our paycheck money into this account. But then I found out that they had this side money. I wouldn't really take issue with the side money. I'd be more take issue with like there's a deceit there of like if they said they're putting all the money and they're not. Okay. But if they just said, I'm going to put money in this account, and I found out that they had some side money in an account, I don't think I would think much of it, other than like they're just trying to have a plan B if things go wrong.
Yeah. I mean, I think
emergency savings.
Yeah. I mean, I think that it gets weird. Like if people aren't, I mean, how people have like separate checking accounts with separate direct deposits, and then if there's like a joint the account or not, or it's really interesting. There's a lot of things that I'm finding out. There was this, I forget, this celeb couple or something that they still had separate checking accounts, and he basically just like paid her money every month, or stuff like that, where I don't know. It's interesting. I get, my wife and I have like had the same shared joint checking account, and all the deposits go into there for the longest time. So
Dr. Greg, what do you think of this idea? Because I wasn't surprised when you had a reaction here, right? It turns out your wife had a plan B. Like, how would that make you feel?
I'd feel devastated. I'd be like, what? Like, or especially considering that we're like making decisions on budgetary things, on how much money is in that account. So if we're like cutting back on stuff, if we have to make decisions to not go someplace, or if we're going into like credit card debt or something like that, and I find out that you had $50,000 on the side, that's a huge savings account that you're, could have helped us with, I'd be like, okay, like now it's hurting us.
I'll tweak it. What if it was like, she just set aside, like, I'm using your marriage timeline in mind, of like, you've been married, 15, 16 years. Let's say you found, they had an account that there was, let's say, $5,000 in it. And like, they justified it like, oh, this is just like some sort of emergency fund of like, I don't know what it is. Or like, let's say emergency escape fund of like, oh, I'm thinking of like worst case scenario, I need to like leave the country type of thing. You take issue with that?
That's man, it would be on. I mean, yeah, I guess in theory, man, if there was like some flight thing and she was like, honestly, I felt like insecure, and I felt like that I had to, like, in order to have this backup just in case, I guess it's on me then. Like as a partner, I've like failed, and so that's I can understand that.
That is sort of what I'm hinting at. Yeah.
So I can see that. I can see the like having I have to have like backup money just in case. But yeah.
So I'm like, as we're talking, I'm like remembering the situation, and I think it was actually something similar to what Corey said, in that like I think from the woman's perspective, this was advice given by a parent, maybe her mother, that like, oh, of course you should have a backup plan, right? Like, what if this person like turns out to be an abuser, right? Like, you don't plan on being abused, right? Like, going off of our previous theme, we don't plan on being abused, right? And so like you need to have something of yourself on your own stashed away. And then I think what happened was they were having money trouble, like you were saying, right? Like, oh, maybe we have to like sell things, right? Like, because to make it through. And then all of a sudden this money appears, right? And then it became a huge thing. But like, you know, I can see it on one end, right? Like, yes, it makes sense for a person to have you know, their own way out. Like, it makes sense for a woman to have a job, right? To be, you know, financially independent, right? To be able to exit a relationship. That in itself, I think no one here disagrees with that, right? But then I think what the big issue was for most people is that like it was a secret, right?
Yeah.
One thing, you've declared it, right? Like, oh, I have this money. And it's for me, right? Like, just letting you know, right? This is the thing. I'm going to be putting like, I don't know, 10% or whatever of my paycheck into this, right? And so like, now you know. So like that, like the big thing is that, you know, it's a secret. And then also people feel like, you know, well, you know, you don't actually really believe in this relationship, right? If you have an escape plan, like you're not fully committed into this thing. And then on the other side, right? So I'm not trying to give you multiple sides to this, right? It's like, well, if she tells you that she has this money, right? Well, then it's always in the back of your head, right? So like in the case of a non-abusive partner, when you're having these money issues, oh, well, like we're having these money issues. Hey, honey, could you dip into that, you know, extra account you have, right? No, that account is for me, right?
Yeah,
and now
exactly.
You have pressure being put on for that, right? But then in the case of an abusive relationship, right? Well, now that's a target. Oh, I know she has this. I got to get this away from her. And there's and if you're a married couple, there's ways to make that happen, right? To be able to get into your other partner's account. People have managed to do that, even if it's separate. So, like, if that's the case, well, then another reason to keep it secret. So, yeah, thoughts. I
mean, like financially, and financially, like, I mean, you're married, all your finances are shared. So you're, you know, debt is shared, you know, like legally. So, you know, that I think that if it was a credit card or something and you're like, I have, or credit card debt or student loans, and I didn't want to tell you that I've heard this multiple times. Like, I didn't want to tell you about my student loan debts. And, you know, now I wanted you to love me without having 500,000 of student loan debts or whatever. It shouldn't have mattered. You know what I mean? And you're like, whoa, like, okay.
My debts now? What?
Yeah, exactly. So it's like,
each other about being married, right? And I could have helped you being married.
So but I do think that you have to like be fully committed in the relationship, you know, for sure. Like I am kind of old school in that like I would not divorce my wife for like anything until like death, you know. I feel like there's like we have to like work through anything. So that's because now that I have kids, like we are in each other's lives for the rest of our lives, no matter what. Like we are connected. Like there is no way that it doesn't matter what happens. So we're in each other's lives. So, but yeah, I would feel very frustrated, about the lies and the deception. I guess it's the amount of money too. If it's like 10% a paycheck, I would be like, whoa, that's a lot of money. But if it's like a $5,000 to like get me through a month that I need for like a shelter or something, I'd be like, okay, but like also like, man, like I would rather that money go to like couples counseling or like again, it's like if you want that stipulation and you want to like secure a relationship and have like some financial security, like I could help you as your partner, like better than that with that than $5,000.
Well, but yeah, but if she's at $5,000 to like escape.
But like, why are you escaping? Like, maybe we could go to couples therapy and you don't have to escape and we could work on it together.
Greg, you're smothering me. That's why.
Yeah, you're trying to get me to go to counseling. That's why I'm anti-counseling. That was the stipulation that we had in the contract, and I was no mental health. But yeah, I don't know. It'd be tough. You know, it would be tough, man. I think you got to be committed. I really do. Like, yeah, really both feet. And that was actually something that drew me to my wife, is that like people, you can kind of tell there's like on again, off again relationships. People are constantly like together. They're not. They're, you know, there's this. We've been together for 15 years, but we've been actually dating for 12, or, you know, these stipulations that they constantly have. And like both of us have just been fully committed the entire time, like both feet. And I think it's helped. I think it's really helped, like to put more of myself into the relationship, because I know it's going to be like long lasting.
My friend, so Corey and I have a mutual friend who is extremely wealthy, right? Certainly more wealthy than all the rest of us. Multi-millionaire. Successful business, and, you know, things worked out for them. In any case, they got married like 2 years ago or so, right? And they were on your level, right? Like, we have to be all in on this. And so he got married without a prenup.
Damn.
And let me tell you, there was conversations about this, right?
Yeah.
There was me. There was our friend, our legal friend, lawyer, Lactoid. There was everyone. He told about this. We're like, oh my God, do not do this. We can't have been more clear about this. But he was also
and he's homeless now. No, I'm just kidding.
He's homeless now. But he was like, yeah, he basically gave your sentiments there, Dr. Greg, that we got to be all in on this, right? He fully believed in a relationship, and they're still together, right? So there's no sad ending to this, right? Let me be clear, right? They had a child. Everything so far, as I know, very good with them. But like, I mean, that's putting your money with your mouth. I don't, Dr. Greg, it doesn't sound like you have a lot to take at this point in time. But
It's tough, man.
but he does.
Dude,
Yeah,
the thing is that like your spouse, once you get divorced, especially with kids, I mean, you're like, they can make your life worse than monetary, you know? So they can hurt your life in a lot more profound ways than just money. So, you know, especially if you were super rich and half that money was going to them, and they were also had a kid, you know, with you, and I can kind of understand that. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's very common now to have 2-3 different wives throughout your life. So, you know, you can't, if you're just continually cutting your money down half the time.
That is. I don't think that's like that common.
I wonder what the comment with this. I would say, don't know, like 50% of people like.
That stat is extremely misleading.
Oh, really?
And
Okay.
updated. I believe divorce rates have fallen quite recently.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And like it's fine, because, you know, it's just one of those stats you hear, right? And it just takes a while. You have to actually question this one. But yeah, the one, just marrying the divorce rates is actually more complicated than you would initially think.
Interesting.
But two, the divorce rates were falling nonetheless. But even then, right? But even if it was like half a marriage rate, let me just take that on as face value, right? That doesn't mean everyone is like remarrying, right? And then like twice or 3 times, right? Like, that's actually, there's a very small number of people who like are chronic, like marriage doers. I don't know, whatever. Like, who like get into a relationship, like they exist, right? And like they like skew like the rest of the statistics. They don't stop, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think that's common for most individuals, just putting it out there. But yeah,
it's weird, man. I mean, it's tough. I don't know. I don't know. I do think there's a lot of like when no fault divorce started being allowed in the United States, like women like had less violence at home, you know, because of that, you know. So like having that release valve, you know, is also good. Like, but I would also feel like my wife, like if she really felt like she was, I would never want to hurt her. So if she did feel like that, I would hope that that there would be some like discussion, like some therapy, you know, to help me get through that, because I would never want to hurt her. You know what I mean? So, I like help me be who I want to be. You know,
Help
also
me help you. From
yeah,
Jerry Maguire.
yeah. I mean, because I did have like a mental health breakdown like during grad school, and I mean, part of it was my wife
That's pretty
going,
understandable.
and my wife going like, Greg, this isn't you. Like you need to like seek help on this. And it was like something that like really helped me snap out of it. And I'm like, well, she knows me the best out of anyone in the world, so I need to listen to her. And so yeah, I went to therapy and like worked through it. So yeah, I thank my wife for bringing me, you know, back to reality. So
But also at the same, yeah, I'm definitely happy to hear that. But that's where it's like, you know, I don't think it's a surprise that, you know, you're married to the person that you're married, because like, I'm pretty sure like another person, like if their wife approached them with that information, like they would not be as receptive as you were. Type of thing.
yeah, probably.
I mean, the fact that you were receptive to that, let's say, feedback, and were willing to accept that support. Like again, I don't think it like you and your wife are married for a reason, type of thing.
Yeah, I could definitely see someone being like that doesn't see their wife as like an equal, or doesn't see them, doesn't respect their opinion, that coming to them and being like, that's a hostile scenario. Like, how dare you kind of say that, you know? So, yeah, I do think that it kind of like, that's why it's so important, man. It's so important to like have someone that's your co-equal, your co-person, your partner, you know, in life, rather than this possession. You know, it's just it's so toxic.
I mean, yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Hannah, she was actually, my wife did, she was on, and yeah, she was on the panel. We were talking about like, what was like a month ago now. So she was, yeah, she actually made a debut on this panel for the first time on video. So there you go.
We haven't seen her. I haven't seen her.
Oh, really?
She wasn't.
Yeah, no, she was. Yeah, she did. She did on her.
Well, I heard her voice. We heard her voice.
Oh,
we heard her voice.
I turned on her video and it immediately flagged her for inappropriate like stuff. So,
what the hell?
yeah.
Too hot for TikTok.
I know. It was crazy. I was like, within 10 seconds, I had to turn the video off. I was like, oh my god. Okay. So yeah.
That's unfortunate. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's a tough question in terms of like this idea of an investment to a relationship, right? Like it's hard for me to tell a person, like for instance, what if like, and I don't think this was the case for the hypothetical that I put forward, not the hypothetical, the case that I put forward previously, right? At least not that I remember. But like, let's see that person was in a sort of long-term relationship previously, right? And then it got bad, like really bad, something that, you know, all of us would agree. It's like, oh my God, you need to exit this relationship. And then they couldn't exit that relationship, right? And then like, okay, but eventually they leave, right? They finally managed to escape, right? Could I tell that person not to have a plan B, right? Would that be fair of me to say that, right? To not take those precautions? Yeah, it feels hurtful, right? Especially if they have a secret plan B. But like, could I blame them?
Yeah, I think that's one of those scenarios. You have to talk to them, and they have to like, they would understand. Like any loving partner would be like, oh, okay, so this, I need to earn your trust back, and I need to like bring that back in.
But they don't know, right? Because that other person they're with was a loving person. They actually do, like those kinds of abusers may have actually done the love bombing, not Dr. Gorag, but like, but like those type of abusers may have actually done the love bombing, right? And you could be aware that, hey, like if I'm the type of person to have like gotten to an abusive relationship, my chances of getting into another abusive relationship are increased, right?
Yeah.
Right. There are people who just have these patterns, right? And they're like, okay, I might have these patterns and I can't recognize them. Sure. Corey seems like an upstanding gentleman sure, he seems different, he certainly sounds different, right? But in the end, I don't know, right? And so like if I tell him, then he'll know, right? And then that could be used against me. So like I like especially like for women, and we know like the tragic stories, unfortunately, our female friends deal with, right? Like, can I tell them no? Like you can't do that.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah, if someone has a trauma like associated with it, then it totally makes sense, and I think anyone that's loving would understand that, you know.
No. But even if they don't have trauma, like women grow up, unfortunately, right? Unfortunately, hearing these statistics, right?
Yeah.
Like even if it's never happened to you, right? Like if you have heard these statistics, right, and these horror stories in your entire life, right? If we move it outside the confines of a relationship, right? We're talking about something else, right? Like, hey, like there's a certain number of people who like, you know, get mauled by bears because like they don't follow park regulations and they have food all over them, right? And then you're like, well, I'm not going to follow those regulations because like I'm different, right? Like I'm safe, right? The bears won't hurt me, right? Like you would say that's foolish. Well, then we should also apply that to like this relationship, these stats, right? Yeah. That like even though it didn't happen to you, like, well, why wouldn't you take those precautions, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
I largely agree.
It's very there's a live that I've been watching on TikTok that's been really good that talks about this a lot. Her name's Ingrid, and it's like a feminist panel, and she talks her prompt that lures all these guys which is so beautifully brief and concise, but says so much. Like it says, nice guys are dangerous, and you're about to prove me right. And it's all, and she's talking about like this exact problem where like women don't know who is a toxic nice guy, you know, and who isn't. So since they don't know it, they have to basically have the baseline assumption that men are dangerous. And
what was that second line you said? Nice guys are dangerous, and then the second one I missed.
You're about to prove me right. And basically it's all these guys coming in and being like, what are you talking about? I'm a nice guy. How dare you say that? And then they talk about all this. It's crazy, man.
That's literally crafted to like select for. I mean,
I know it's beautiful. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful, and just dozens a day. She's like, it is so hard. Like notoriously on TikTok right now, it is so hard to get opposition for debates. It's like really hard. But she gets like dozens of guys coming in there. Like, I just swiped in. How dare you say I'm a nice guy? What do you mean? I do nothing but. And one guy was like, you're gonna love this, Corey. One guy was like, I look out for women all the time. Like if a woman's about to like lift some heavy weights at the gym, I go over there and I make sure that they know that I'm watching and like helping them out with the lift. And I'm like,
I would never advocate or give that advice at all.
So bad. Like, no, you do not do that. Don't go up to women that are about to lift heavy weight and be like, I'm gonna watch you and I'll look after you. That is not a good idea.
Don't worry, I'm right behind you as you do your squats. Okay, I'm gonna make sure you got proper form.
Yeah, like because women can lift heavy weights, guys. Like that's really weird, you know. Like,
I mean, that for any strong woman, that's like for most of them, that's like a huge turn off. Like,
oh yeah, to assume they're competent. I mean, that's one thing. But even then, like this, like, so, like, first of all, like. Chef's kiss on that rage bait. Like,
yes, exactly.
It's so good. Really just like perfectly designed. And like Corey was exactly right. Like tailor made for exactly like the type of guy to get like offended by that, right? And want to come in is exactly the problematic guy. It's beautiful. 100%, right? And another guy, more emotionally stable person, like, okay, whatever, right? Like maybe you think, oh, maybe you're being hyperbolic or whatever, but like it's not a big deal. Like I'll just move on with my life, right? Or maybe I'll take a listen and then I'll just like leave. No, the guy who's like, no, I gotta get in here, right? Like, what would be wrong?
Don't worry, I'm not angry. I'm never
how dare
angry.
You? How dare you say I'm dangerous? I'm going to prove to you how not dangerous I am. Listen to me. So funny, man. And
I have a pretty good friend that I met at the gym, and like she is quite strong, and like we bench press together like all the time. But like, yeah, I remember she messaged me. I'm like, she literally like had the scenario that you more or less like alluded to. Like she was benching heavy. She didn't need a spot, but then a random guy literally just started spotting her, and she was like, she like messaged me like this random guy just came up and started spotting me. I didn't need it. It's like get away from me.
Yeah.
Like unless someone asks for it, like or unless someone is in grave danger, like the bar is about to fall on their face. Like, leave them alone.
Yeah, exactly. But his whole context was like, I'm looking out for them. I'm trying to make sure that they don't hurt themselves, you know, and all this kind of stuff. And he was just like,
the delicate
oh
women.
my gosh.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, no, dude, like my friend, Dr. Jenny Lee, she's amazing, dude. She deadlifts like 300 pounds. Like it's incredible. Like she put some serious weight down, and you're like, damn, dude, it's like, it shames me. It makes me want to get like back into like, you know, lifting heavy and on that stuff. And but women are really strong, man. Like it's just like it's and going up
But
like that is very odd. It's just weird.
It's not the strong thing. Let's put that aside. It's not even the delicate thing, right? Like it's you like putting yourself in their space.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
saying that like my eyes are on you, lady. Just you know.
Exactly. No, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like it really is like to the woman, right? She feels like her space is now invaded and it's not hers now, and she like without consent has this guy that's like preying on her. You know, and so it's a really weird. It's the same way with like that's why they feel like these guys are dangerous, right? Where it's like because now their space is not safe. You know, it's like it has this guy that's in it, and it's just so funny, man. Like how many of these guys just line up and they keep going for even the people that are in relationships, but in their mind, I mean, their girlfriend or their wife, or how they describe it, is like a total trad wife kind of thing, where it's like that's the dynamic that they have, and you're like, oh, okay, but other women have more agency than you might see that you have with your wife. You know, that's the thing. It's weird. It's very weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, guys, dude, that was fun. That was awesome. I was really happy. Dr. Keisha, like that co-host thing. I'm glad that sorry about the audio mix up at the beginning, but I'm glad that we figured that out.
Not a big deal.
Yeah, dude. And I love your Prime. I think that's a good idea. Getting, inviting her like to StreamYard and stuff, and like having a panel or something in the future. That'd be cool. So
yeah, if either of them are able to make it to the StreamYard, that'd be
dude,
great.
that'd be great. I think like she's really cool. I actually invited her. I think that she would be so good on that feminist panel, like, you know, talking about her issues, like as, you know, an intersectional position, you know, and like what she's dealt with and what she's like lived through. It's like, it's amazing. Like, I think that it's like a really cool voice. And I would love to see her just talk to some of these guys coming in, but Dr. Keisha does not like to do the debates and like, you know, debate people. It's not really like she's told me like in DMs and stuff, like just debating these guys, like I could not do that with, you know, so but
yeah,
for my
yeah,
lives,
DMs if they're you could give her the StreamYard link and she could come in. Yeah, it's the same link every time too, so like it's not a big deal. I'd love to talk with her or anyone else you think might be a good fit.
Yeah, cool, man. Well, I'm happy like we got awesome. Do you guys want to like shout out for the last time for your stuff? For closing statements or whatever you want to. I didn't want to be too abrupt, but it's just getting
no. But yeah, as always, this was great and fun, lively discussion. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, CoreyCam84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, Substack, TikTok. It's Corey Campbell. And yeah, this has been great as always, and look forward to next week. Yeah,
dude, I love the discussion, because I listen to a lot of like Twitch and YouTube political debates, and for some reason, man, like the TikTok like debate sphere, like it just feels weird when you go into like a TikTok panel versus like what it is. I feel like it's just interesting. I think it's really cool to like merge these worlds, and like the discussions and stuff are just really interesting. I don't know. It's just.
TikTok debater can handle a Twitch debater.
I don't know that short form content allows them to handle us. We're a different breed, let me tell you.
The full bro like on Twitch. It does. It's strong. It is strong.
It's yeah. Not everyone should give it a try. But I do think everyone should like learn to defend their ideas. Like I think that's actually a really good skill, like in general in life.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, let's not get political here, Prime.
Let's not get political.
I agree with you, Prime. I think everything is political, and like people are using the wrong word. It's ideological, right? Like people like have ideological like football that they think science or like medicine is, and that's not okay. But it is. You're right. It's like inherently political if we fund healthcare, if we allow these people to have licenses. Those are like budgetary decisions, ethical decisions, political decisions that we're all making.
100%, right? Some of them are settled, right? Well, we already have a public health care, like a public health infrastructure, right? And so there's no need to discuss it. But it was a big discussion when we started it. And there can be a big discussion later on, right? Like with RFK, like dismantling our public health infrastructure. These things are all like none of these things are static, right? They're just like whether we're talking about them or not, whether they're salient, at the moment. That's the question. But like, they're definitely political, right? You'll find out when it's a big problem.
It feels like it for me. I lost my job because of Trump, and that's a political decision to elect him. So it feels very fucking political to me.
Absolutely, yes.
Political.
And because it is, unfortunately, that is that is the reality.
Yeah, exactly.
So anyway, twitch.tv, youtube.com, kick.com/PrimeKai, PrimeCayes. If you enjoyed these conversations, consider that. But okay. So,
thank you guys.
Have a good one, friends.
Appreciate you.
Take care. Always a pleasure.
See you. Have a good week. Bye.
Bye.
Love it. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, F1. Thank you. That was cool. Dr. Keisha's awesome. Oh, she's still going. Oh, she's offline now. That was cool, man. That was cool. I love doing content with Dr. Keisha. She's so cool. A pioneer, guys. Dr. Keisha is not only a good person and fun to talk to, but she's like genuinely a pioneer. Been doing this for like over 5 years. Doing science and medical communication on TikTok for over 5 years is like genuinely a pioneer. You know, just so much respect for that as a content creator myself. You know, but also just respect, man. You know, that's doing hard work. Dr. Keisha Davis. Yeah, Hannah, it's really nice. I've been able to meet physicians, scientists. It's really cool. I've been really fortunate to kind of like get involved. It's actually a lot of people in chat. You know, Ducray was like, you know, sharing my live to a lot of people in those circles, and that's how I met Dr. Keisha. And then Dr. Keisha got me introduced me to Dr. Sharon. So yeah, it's been really cool. Oh, nice, Hannah. Nice. Yeah, it was Dean's live. I gotta go on for talking about hantavirus. I need to like go through the rounds and like talk about it. Yeah, he had me on talking about some anti-vaccine stuff that happened after Tylenol. So yeah, that was cool. Yeah, I went from like 9,000 followers to like 12,000 followers instantly in like 30 minutes. So it is really interesting. I gotta stand up though. Oh, boy. Yeah, it can be, Souls. It can be good. When it works out, it works out. You know, you're like, dang, this internet thing can be a source of good goodness. Yeah, man. But yeah, guys, I was like shocked at how many opposition like debate people that we had in the live today. I was like shocked. I was thinking like just turning on my cam and then doing like some kettlebell workouts, and I had just as many people as I have now, and like a bunch of opposition and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, dang, like maybe I should swap these things. Maybe I should like do my science show in the day, and then just kind of like have my productive time at night. I don't know. Like I think I might try that next week, just to kind of like see if I can kind of rejuvenate, because it's just tough, guys, like not getting any oppositions and no debates and stuff. Like I don't know, it's really tough, man. It's really tough. It's like, what do I want to do? Do I want to become like a YouTube react streamer? You know, like, do I just want to react to videos and then like post them on YouTube? I mean, I don't think that that's necessarily a bad move. But it's just like completely different content. And I don't want to be a react streamer. Like I like actually discussing things with people and like having those debates and all that kind of thing. Like I like challenging people's ideas. I liked having my ideas challenged. So yeah, it's tough, man. I don't know what to do. I'm really struggling. I don't know what to do. Yeah, Will. It's tough. I do. Yeah, Hannah, I have everything as co-streamed everywhere at the same time right now. So I'm like, I'm there right now. If you go to that website, I'm on there. Yeah, I know you will. 5 minutes. Thank you. But yeah, we'll just have to see. You know, I think do it for a week and see what the numbers are. Yeah, we'll have to see. Yeah, Fawn. Yeah, I think that's the reality too. Like, no, thank you, 5 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I haven't had like. I've been streaming like for a year, and I like it. I was doing, if you haven't been following, you know, I started off in like July, kind of doing. Here, I'm gonna go get a beverage. If you guys want to chill for just 1 second, and then I'm gonna get an adult beverage, and I'll chill. We'll do the after stream hangout stream. How about that? Okay. All right, I'll be right back. 1 second. Let's see. You're chilling. Nice. You're playing League of Legends. Well, Whale Rider, I won't hold it against you. Okay, I won't. I had my adult beverage already. Nice. Dude, I've been really loving this Nina Geraci. I've been really loving her stuff, so you can listen to that. 1 second.
It sounds
Dude, doesn't that go hard? I freaking love that. She's so good, dude. It's so sick. It's so good. She's so good. That was Nina Geraci. She's incredible. Her whole album is amazing. Really good. But yeah, guys, it sucks to like. Okay. All right, Ness. All right. Mods banner. Get her out of here. Get her out. We're done. We're done, Ness. We're done. Get her out. Ban her now. Away with you. Felt like I was a rave tent. Okay. All right. 5 minutes. Good. That's what we're talking about. That's that. There's no mods in here. It's crazy. Who? We're the same age, Ness. Get out of here. Like, what are you talking about? You're like a month older than me. Jeez. Just making up numbers. Insane. Just crazy. Making up your own calendars now? Like, something crazy. Ooh. Time is relative. Space-time. Okay, no, you're wrong. One, old is a time, okay, and time is relative. So, and it's not just time, it's space-time. So if you're talking about like time, it's space-time, and space-time is relative. So this is all conjecture. You're just making it up. So, it's not okay. Exactly. Michelle's got it. Yeah. What is this? But yeah, guys, I don't know what to do. Like, I do want to. I am curious. Like, I do like the debate, right? The Democratic debate. I'm like, I mean, yeah, I do kind of like want to put that react on YouTube. So I'm like, maybe we should have like a debate mode, and then we have like a react mode. I'm on. I was doing that, Hannah, but I think I got zero. Like zero. So Michelle, that's another thing. That's another thing that I've thought about doing is like the battles and stuff. It's crazy, guys. I mean, it's like its own thing. And I hate like doing the battles just to do the battles. I feel like that's I don't really I enjoy meeting new people, but the battle people are sometimes the worst. But sometimes they're also really good. Like you also like it is so hit and miss with battles. You have like a maybe 5% hit rate where it's like having a really good fun conversation. Everything else is just like this is awful. Like I don't want to battle you. I want to leave. I want to get out of here. It's tough. So, but we've met like some of our best friends, guys. Sarlinka, Annalise, remember that? Annalise, Sanish, we've met, all through battles. So I think that's like a really interesting way to engage with people. I need to figure out ways to like ask questions or have a science discussion, or you know what I mean? Like I need to figure out a better opener, so that I feel like I don't have to like do a bunch of work in order to like keep the conversation moving. Thank you Kaisley. Thank you. Welcome in. If you want to leave the battle, just drop him and say it was my idea. Okay. You got it, Hannah. You could dedicated battle reaction battle days. Yeah, Souls. I think the thing is like I don't know how to get my stuff big on YT, man. Other than the react stream, and the react stream is like the meta. Everyone kind of like wants to, and I do that too. Like I'll be cleaning or something, and I put a debate on or something in the background, or someone reacting to a debate, and I listen to it. So that's me. That's what I like to do. Maybe I'm weird though. It is. It is really hard, Michelle. It is the hardest, I feel like. Nice. Nice. So, but yeah, this is all, I mean, all my stuff is uploaded to my channel automatically. So that's there. But people, you know, it just hasn't been going well. I guess someone said that Kent Hovind did a modern day debate, which is so funny, dude. I think they hate me. James hates me now. I don't even know, guys. I don't even know if I could go on modern day debates if I wasn't banned, and I'm definitely banned, which is funny, but like, I'm okay with that. He was selling naturopath stuff kits on modern day debate, like on the Chiron at the bottom. They were selling ivermectin boxes and stuff like that. So like, not okay, dude. I'm pretty much certain that he never responded to my DM or my email saying thank you. You know, and he's usually a really prolific emailer. And then just 4 hours ago, Kent Hovind got another evidence of Noah's flood. So I think that he was kind of like making up. He was like kind of like making it up to him that he debated me last time, and that it was you know, not fair to him, kind of thing. So get so political, you catch the Trump administration trying to go with Jimmy Kimmel. Dude, that's honestly, dude, my goal, like, I would love to have like a night show. Like my dream, this is kind of weird to say, but I mean, I've loved the idea of having like politically incorrect back in the day, or Real Time with Bill Maher, where you have like people on there and like having a host that would actually hold people accountable. You know what I mean? That's like, that'd be my dream. You know, that'd be amazing. I don't think that anyone wants that. I don't think that there's no, except for me. Oh God. I don't.
Squadron in Greenland. They went to dig the planes out. They melted.
Oh my God.
From those official layers.
Dude, this is
exposed. There is evidence outside the Bible to support the biblical claim. And in this case, in the case of Noah's flood, there is none. Kent has failed.
yeah, dude, I would love it, Hazel. I would love it. It would be really fun. Oh my God. I'm looking at these like comments. It's so funny. Thank you, Whale Rider. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if whales can carry swords. Where are you carrying that? Is there like a sheath like around the tail? Is that what the idea? So funny, dude. EDCs right now, guys. There's a bunch of streams that have that have the stages going, so that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Dude, the idea that you can just have streams from Coachella or EDC from the main stages is so cool to me. Like, it is like, I'm not over how awesome that is. Like, the idea that you can just like at your home just like watch a bunch of stuff. Like, I think it's so cool. Well, you guys want to watch like the rest of the governor's debate? I wanted to do that. Well, see, this is the thing, is like I wanted to do it with like a reaction video for YouTube. So we can like do that, I guess, now. And then there's a last debate after the town hall. So the forum that we're watching, the two-parter, we have 40 minutes left. Yeah. I didn't see that, Michelle, but I'm not surprised. I mean, it's crazy. He thinks that that's why people are always doing the things at the schools now with the firearms. Like, it's just crazy, dude. It's crazy. That's a good beverage. That's just a good drink. You know what I mean? That's just when it hits your mouth, when it hits your lips. Yeah, I mean, it improves people's quality of life. I mean, there are some people that abuse it, absolutely, or it's a negative thing, but like it's a quality of life improvement for these people. Night Flyer, how are you? Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's do it. Let's do the second part of the debate. I don't have the full part of the debate, so I was just gonna like do this. Thank you, Whale Rider. Thank you. Hi. Yeah. I can withdraw from them. Some of them. Yeah, over time. I think that's the idea. Okay. Ooh, I'm already tired. Dang. God. Oh, thank you, 5 minutes. Let's see. All right, let's just go through it because I can't do the whole video anyway because of the I gotta have the full thing in order to actually like, you know, I gotta have the full video in order to actually have it on my YouTube. So we'll just go through since I don't have it. And I usually don't like content where I'm elevated anyway. So there you go. Yeah, exactly, Rob. That's the problem is that it's not, and I don't have it, and so that's the thing. So I'm just gonna like I need to have like a React content setup so that if I'm reacting to content, it just is a completely different, recording thing, and then people can do it. It's a concern. We should watch it, but it's not pandemic potential right now. That is the most scientifically sound answer that I can give. Okay. Okay, the other one's only an hour, so that's interesting. But the dang, Lakers 27-point fourth quarter comeback versus the Mavericks uncut. Dang. That's just a good time. Okay. I'm looking through my stuff right now to find the Ezra.
How do we actually incent people?
Okay. Here we go. Okay, let me get it all set up. What? Oh. I should do? This. Mm-hmm. 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 Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. This is right there. And this. Uh-huh. And then this. And then that. And then this. Over here. Right there. Yeah, we'll just do. Let's just make it easy. Just put it right on my face. I need to figure out like a React stream setup. Add source. Display capture. Boom. Okay. And then okay. Okay. Then I get out of chat real quick. I like giving chat like some extra space to read. Do you guys like that? Do you guys notice that? Like if I'm up here, I like it. So it gets easier to read, you know? Hopefully you guys get that. You guys are on that same page. I actually like having the background be centered versus me. You know what I mean? I actually like the framing of like, you know, the DNA. I like the whole thing. So that like the office, our stream is the center, not me. I'm offset, asymmetrical. You know what I mean? That's artiste. That's what makes it different, you know? All right.
Well, everyone's assuming these guys are doing something wrong, and there is NIMBYism. But the truth is...
Okay, let's see. Let's go back. Dude. Juxtaposition. There you go. Okay, here we go. Ezra Klein is going to...
If you put this Prop 13 reform or the closing of what you call the Trump tax loophole on the ballot and you support it,
yeah.
And as often happens with well-meaning...
It's not going to work. It's not going to pass.
Taxes, it fails. Then what happens to the rest of the plans when the money isn't there?
So let me say this, Ezra. As you know, because if you've done your research, I've done this 3 times, and 3 times people have asked me questions where this was a much tougher proposition than the one that is split roll.
You mean ballot measures?
Yes. Yeah. And I've done it. When you think about ballot measures, it's a question of, is there funded opposition? And I've done it against oil companies that are as funded in opposition as you're ever going to get. And people told me we were crazy to do it, and we got 70% of the vote. We did it the tobacco companies where the legislature had failed for 20 years to do it, and we got over 60% of the vote. And we also beat the out-of-state companies who weren't paying fair state income tax. So in answer to your question, I've done it 3 times in the state of California.
Aaron, I hate it.
I've done it 3 times outside the state of California.
Dude, my dad always told me you can always judge a man by his watch and his shoes. So it's like... It's so cringe. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's so stupid. I don't get it. Thank you, Whale. I like to keep my live stream small to make it easier for you. No, I know what you mean though, Whale. I can't read chat when it's like a big like stream. It's like it's so crazy. I like that it's like a conversation here too, you know. But hey, if it got so big that you couldn't read it, I wouldn't apologize. You went to your public. Well, I mean, that's a personal decision. You know what I mean? That's a personal accountability. Coconut cake. I don't know what that means.
Californian one.
Dude.
I look at this and I say,
dude, I'm liking coconut more and more. You know, guys, I'm not even kidding. I am willing to ban about this one. I talked to the mods about this one. Anyone who doesn't, this is something that we will ban over. I'm just letting you know. Speaking of coconut, almond joys are the best Halloween candy. Okay, and if you don't think so, you're wrong. You're not perfect, and that's okay. Nobody's perfect, but Michelle's allowed to be in here. This is it. This is my Trump moment, guys. We are either you're with me or you're against me. Okay. Helen, no. Helen, no. Helen, no. No, Helen. No, Helen, no. Not you, Helen, no. Not you, Helen. Okay. Helen, the line starts around. We're drawing it. We have one carve out for Helen. That was it. We have one. Yeah, exactly. We have one. You're not, Helen. You're in. We support diversity of opinion here. Just for Helen, though. Just for Helen. Everyone else, though. Coconut cake. That's a good one. That's a really good idea. I know. Well, I started thinking about coconut cake, Miss Cake. That was the thing. I'm thinking about coconut and how much I love coconut, and I'm thinking, I should have an almond joy right now. Dude, coconut cream. Oh man, that sounds amazing. That's really good. Okay. All right. Anyway, sorry. Stop. You get me lifted, and we're talking about freaking candy and dude, the German cake with the German cake has like chocolate and coconut in it too, right? It's it's amazing.
the question is, can we convince the people of California that this is something necessary, that the money is absolutely necessary?
German chocolate cake.
And in both of these cases, I believe that to be true. And I'm overwhelmingly confident that we can do it. Because the truth of the matter is, what everybody's talking about here, when we're talking about doing redevelopment, which is what Matt said, which I think is a good idea, that's $1 billion a year, not enough. We're talking about we need to build a lot of houses, and we need the cities and counties to come along with us. Basically, we need to fund them to be able to do it. And then you're asking, what's your stick? And Javier was saying, well, we can sue them. And he did say it was last resort. But the truth of the matter is, that doesn't get it done in the time frame. Money is actually how we're going to get this done. Because the answer is going to be, you do it, you get the money. You don't do it, you don't get the money. You do more than your share, you get more than your share. This is we need the ability. You're talking about relationship, I'm talking about incentive. How do we actually incent people? Everyone's assuming these guys are doing something wrong, and there is NIMBYism. But the truth is, when I've talked to mayors, they've said, I don't want to do this because I can't afford to do this, and if you bring the money, I'll be behind you all the way.
Ms. Porter,
you bring the money or they don't get the money, that has to be lawsuits, though. He has to be talking about lawsuits here, right? I mean, it's not just like paying people money, because people are going to be like, I did it, give me the money, and they're going to say no. I think I think he's just talking about financial incentives if they get it. Maybe. I mean, they have to have, so it's like they have money to build the houses and then money to incentivize there. So I think that's a good way of doing it.
I both lived a couple blocks away from each other in Irvine, California.
This is in regards to California building houses. How do we actually make that happen? That's the idea.
Do this because I can't afford to do this, and if you bring the money, I'll be behind you all the way.
Ms. Porter, you and I both lived a couple blocks away from each other in Irvine,
Nice.
California.
I live San Clemente is like 20 minutes from Irvine. So it's crazy. It's freaking rad. Ezra's awesome, man. I love Ezra.
Irvine's an unusual city.
Damn
A
you.
master
What
plan
are you talking about?
community. The Irvine Company assembled the land in the 19th century and held it and then shaped it in this way that would be almost impossible today. And I say almost because somebody's trying to do something similar right now, which is a California Forever project. This tech billionaire backed effort to build a new master plan city of 400,000 in Solano County, on land assembled somewhat like Irvine was. There's been a lot of local opposition. The way that land was acquired was sort of unusual and secretive. I have two questions for you here. As governor, what would you think of California Forever?
I've never heard of this.
Relationship to that project? And more broadly, what do you think of
What
the
is that?
kind of master planning projects that led to Irvine?
Yeah, so I've actually asked to meet with the California Forever people because the first thing is you gotta listen, you gotta find out, you gotta dig in the details, you gotta read.
Dude, what is this? California Forever. We have got to figure this out. What in the world? Wow. (2023) corporation founded by Schrammick through its subsidiary Flannery Associates, California Forever, and the California Forever anonymously purchased over 50,000 acres. Okay, so about as much as like a one data center. They made a one data center. 50 square. No, that's acres. No. The this is what the mix up was. Utah was 50. Yeah, that is acres. Because then it was like 50 square miles. Yeah, never mind. Sorry, I'm lifted. Here we go. Solano County, edge of the San Francisco Bay Area. Initiated what is it? After several polls across the country, the company withheld its ballot initiative after spending $9 million on an ad and announced an agreement with county officials to create an environmental impact report. It has been proposed to reintroduce the ballot initiative in 2026. Interesting. Oh, it's indigenous land. Oh, here we go. I knew that's had to have been it. Has dated continuous indigenous population back down to 2000 BC. Damn, that's really tough. Ness, bye, ciao. Is this about making affordable housing? Yeah. Well, Nightflyer, we make more affordable housing by making more homes. That's just how you do it. That's the easiest and most direct way of doing it. Because as you flood the market with more homes, the price will just go down, and you subsidize low and middle income families that can do it. So that's just what it is. Interesting. Okay. Here we go. All right, let's go back. Okay, so now that we know.
The study, you got to ask the hard questions, right? And I think they might be scared I'm bringing a whiteboard, and so they keep not responding. But I'm really coming in a place of wanting to understand it. So look, I think some of that is NIMBYism, and I would just say to those on the stage who don't think there's very much NIMBYism, I invite you to visit Huntington Beach for yourself. Because I used to represent Huntington Beach.
Oh, really?
And a lot of those cities in Orange County, as you know, are very anti-housing. Now, Irvine, interestingly, is not one of them. They are still building. We are adding people from when you lived there to when I lived there. The population has doubled or tripled. And that is because they control enough of the factors
nice.
that they don't get gobbled.
Yeah, dude, I went to Huntington Beach to race my RC cars. I went to Huntington Beach for that, but it was like, really in and out. Didn't spend a lot of time there. Like as an adult, it's kind of interesting. Like, obviously, like growing up in Orange County, it's like there's just so many different little boroughs kind of thing that they all feel really different from one another. San Juan Capistrano is going to feel a lot different than Irvine, which is going to feel a lot different than Huntington Beach, a lot different than San Clemente. Little cities that they feel different.
Smacked with all of these additive things. And so there is something to having that kind of like bigger reach around all of the factors.
A bigger reach
Let me
around.
give you another example of where this bigger reach around all of the factors.
Katie Porter for governor. Everyone gets a greater reach around. Cut the ad right here. Cut it. This is what it is.
But let me give you another bigger reach around all of the factors.
A bigger reach around.
Let me give
Katie Porter, 2026.
give you another example of where this doesn't work, and this is where I thought you were going.
I'm 10 years old. I'm 10 years old. We do mom jokes, reach around jokes. That's what we do here.
Forever.
This is what Pfizer pays for.
Which is Tejon Ranch. Now, this is a really interesting, are you familiar? This is a really interesting example. This was like one of the largest, I think it's still today, the largest contiguous private landholding in California. Pretty amazing. And it's outside of Los Angeles. They have been trying to develop, and I went and I visited and I saw it, they have been trying to develop housing there, workforce priced housing, for 30-some years.
Jesus, that's so bad.
And they own the land.
That's so
Like,
crazy.
How do they not? Not anybody to
how can they not?
Them, right? They just keep getting sued. They got sued on CEQA.
Jesus, every time.
29 of the 33 objections, and then they went to court, and they lost on one of them. And do you know what happened? Back to zero on all 33 objections. So. Yes, there's something to sort of saying you can get your arms around it, but we have to do a lot of other tools. One thing I do think about master planning is that it can be a way to deal with some of that impact fees, because Irvine, as you know, in any given strip mall in Irvine, if you're standing there and you've just walked into one store and you walk out and you think, shoot, I need to go get that other thing. Irvine Company, Big Brother, will have put that thing across the parking lot in the strip mall. It's like actually scary. And it's not for everybody. Okay. It is really not for everybody. But I think the fact that...
I think Katie Porter really has done a good job at being above everyone else. Like, her knowledge of these things, of these examples, of this legislation, of the reports... Like, she is doing an incredible job. These three right here, Katie Porter on the left, Mahan, who is the current mayor of San Jose, and then Ria Ragosa on the right is the ex-mayor of LA. And I think that these are the standouts of this forum. Obviously, these are the people that understand these issues at a greater level, and they've done a really good job at standing out on this forum. But this type of like format, I don't think people are actually watching. Unfortunately, the debate is like how they probably go, and Katie Porter hasn't been doing well on it. Mahan doesn't fight for his time. You gotta dude, when there's 7-8 people on that stage, you have got to just go balls to the wall, man. I think that you have to use every single second. You need to be combative with the moderator. You got to really fight for your time. And you see it in the Republicans, because the Republicans don't have anything to lose, right? They're gonna lose the election, so they need to make a name for themselves. But it's a really tough time. I think that smaller debates are better for sure. Hi, Rocky.
live in and I'm raising my family in a very different model of housing, and living in a place like Orange County, which has got everything from the worst NIMBY in the state to some of the fastest growing pro-housing cities in the state, is a really good perspective as governor. I mean, I said the other day to someone, well, they're like, well, you're not really from like a big thing in California, like, some people. And I said, well, Orange County is the 6th most populous county.
Yeah.
And they said, in California? No,
Booyah.
in the United States.
Damn, really?
People.
We did it?
San Diego County is the 5th most populous county in the United States, and they're making some progress on housing.
Yes.
So,
I
yes, you're absolutely
upgraded.
right.
I upgraded from the 6th to the 5th, ladies and gentlemen. That's how we do these. That's how we do things. Okay. That's crazy. 6th most populous county in the United States. I really obviously I'm biased because I've grown up in California, but the anti-California nonsense is so anti-American. 1 in 8 Americans lives in California. Being anti-California is just being anti-American. It's just crazy the amount of hate that it's irrational, that people get. That's really crazy. That's really crazy. I did not know those stats. That's really interesting.
I think there are limits to what you can expect from master planning, but I do think innovation in housing is important. And at its core,
you have
if you
to
take them at their word, which is where I would start, might not be where I'd end, but it's where I'd start the conversation with California Forever. What they're saying is, let us innovate. Let us show people what a different model of living and working.
Yeah, California is the 4th largest economy. Oh, Michelle, we would love to have you. Yeah, I think my parents live, being, me being born here, and it's the only reason that I'm probably here too.
Recreating can look like. And I think we need imagination about what housing could be, so that we're not just fighting about 40-story apartment buildings and single family. There are so many other permutations of housing. Long-term leases, which is something Europe has that we don't have, that I campaigned on this in my Senate race. I'm campaigning on it now.
Oh, really?
We need more housing innovation. And
that's a good idea.
Heart, that's what I think some of these projects offer.
We're going to take a quick commercial break now. We will be right back.
God, Ezra's so dreamy. He's so good. Ezra's so good, man. He's informed. Actually, if he does follow-up questions, this is the best thing that I've ever seen. I hope he does one of these for the president. That would be amazing. The Democratic primaries, if he can host something like this, oh my gosh, this is incredible. And this is actually just on Ezra Klein Show's YouTube. It actually isn't partnered with New York Times or anything like that. He's just that's crazy. He only has just his account that's hosting this forum. And it was the original was California Governor Town Hall or something like this. And now it's the YouTube thing. Ezra Klein grills California's possible governors.
Hey, welcome back.
Yeah, I know.
No more fun crosstalk. We're back to housing. Mr. Becerra, as Secretary of HHS, you oversaw one of the federal agencies is most directly.
Dude, I love that ticket, dude. I love that ticket. I think Gavin is the only. I really do. I think Gavin's the only possible, the one that makes sense to me. He has the executive experience to actually get things done. AOC has that leadership and the policy and willing to go things the second that route. And she's not ready to be president. I don't feel like she doesn't have the executive experience. She's doing really well in polls right now, but I don't think that she actually has the skill, guys. She doesn't have the skill to lead an executive branch like that. Come on, man. Gavin Newsom did really well at running California. So that makes sense. So I think it's it makes sense. I think people would be really mad. Oh, this neoliberal, every political slur is always given to Gavin Newsom. But I think it's just overblown, man. I think a lot of people just don't know what they're talking about. They don't want to engage on any thing factual, and it's just let's just slur him. It's like a derogatory term. There we go. It's time for some social safety net. Yeah, I think that is the discussion we should be having from AI is like what should be guaranteed by the government, right? Because what like now that we have so much productivity in these AI, like what are we getting out of it? What are the roles of the government that we need? I mean, Michelle, like it's not his fault though. Like basically the insurance companies have like left the state because they're actually making them pay. So, I think that the best idea that they have is like to have a public option basically for California insurance. So that they have that, it's just expensive. It sucks. I don't know. They need to make that cheaper, I think. But they have a public option on fire insurance in California because everyone has to have fire insurance for your house. So.
Involved in homelessness policy. The Biden administration largely embraced housing first as the dominant federal framework. California spent something like $24 billion on homelessness from 2018 to 2023, mostly within that framework. And the
such a good question.
Population has continued to grow.
Yeah.
What went wrong?
Dude, this is such a good question. I'm so happy that this is coming into the talk on. This is a town hall specifically only about homelessness in just about housing in California. And I'm really happy that homelessness is being brought up in this because it is tied to it. We have our, all the states dump their homeless people here, and that's not okay. But separately, we create more homeless people by increased housing costs. And they actually showed this in abundance. The data and the correlation is so strong. There's other factors that you can narrow in, and basically, California, the reason why they have so many homeless people is because of the housing rate. The housing prices are too high. Yeah, it is really sad. It is really sad the amount of you just seeing all those people living on the streets is like that. I mean, obviously, I think everyone wants that not to be the case. The big problem and the question, like politically, is like, what do you do about that? Hi, I hope your shift is going well. Hi. Do you or do you not forcefully pick people up? That's the question. Like, do you, how forcefully do you lead people to homeless housing? Which it isn't homeless housing anymore, right? It's like, manufactured homes, or it's mini homes, or it's like some type of shelter or something like that. Or mental health facilities, that's a tough thing that you're going to have the police involved. You're going to have, and it's going to look bad. And it does look bad, like optically and ethically. You're going to have some people that, the police are going to be heavy-handed. They're going to, mess someone up, and it's not okay. That's not okay. So I feel like you should have social workers, doing it, not a lot of the police. I think that's the big thing, is not getting the police involved, but still allowing them to get people off the street. They shouldn't be sleeping on the streets, guys. You know what I mean? They shouldn't, and we shouldn't. Like, nobody should be okay with that. It's cruel. It's cruel to have that happen. They should be living in shelter, So I do think that there should be at some point like someone that's called, but I just don't like the idea of it being a police officer.
We didn't focus on outcomes. The accountability wasn't there. $24 billion was there, but the outcomes didn't result. We didn't see that people were moved off the street fast enough.
Yeah.
We didn't provide the services they needed. To me, the homelessness crisis is as much a mental health crisis as it is someone needing a place, a shelter. And we didn't provide the types of resources to make sure we could stand people up and make sure they wouldn't go back to the streets. I also believe that we have to do far more to prevent people from ever becoming homeless. I don't have control of the streets of Los Angeles, of Oakland.
Like, I don't like this answer, dude. Like, the point is that we spent like $20 billion on homelessness. Like, come on, man. Like, what happened? You know, I read the report on homelessness, and it was really interesting. All the different structures of different organizations. It's a lot of organizations that are all, you know, like working in concert in order to do this. And it's really, it's a bureaucratic nightmare. And that's where I feel like a lot of the money is going. It's like not being used because it's being stalled out in this bureaucracy, man. So it's like, how did that not go? That's what I don't get. They are horrible places, yeah. I mean, I think I like the mini homes idea, you know, the prefab stuff. Yeah, it's not okay to look away, Rob. I don't think so either. You know, like you give them healthcare, give them shelter, give them food, give them water. You know, like, but how, like, spending $20 billion a year and there isn't like notable improvements. Like, that's embarrassing. Like, that's so much money. Like, that is so much money, guys. Like, how is that not being, like, how are we not building homes based off of that people can live in? Like, come on. Like, how they get from, like, what we should have the problem be like, dude, we got 100,000 new homes that are empty. And, you know, like, how do we get them from the downtown LA to the hundreds of thousand empty homes? That should be the problem that we have. It shouldn't be the political problem of, you know, because the money is literally there. Again, like all the problems that we are talking about, it's like, how do the Democrats spend their money? How do they execute their legislation that they already passed? That's what it is, man. Democrats pass a ton of legislation, but we don't actually do anything with it. That's the problem. So, like, his answer here about, like, we didn't get it done, people, it's like, we can watch it again from the beginning, and I'm telling you, like, there's just, listen to his answer, man. I don't understand how this guy is the front runner. Like, it's just,
Oakland coming home.
Listen to him.
I outsources to make sure
Like that,
needing the.
so that was my analysis. Let's see what he did.
We didn't focus on outcomes. The accountability wasn't there. $24 billion
True.
was there, but the outcomes didn't result. We didn't see that people were moved off the street fast enough. We didn't provide the services they needed. To me, the homelessness crisis is as much a mental health crisis as it is someone needing a place, a shelter. And we didn't provide the types of resources to make sure we could stand people up and make sure they wouldn't go back to the streets.
Yeah.
I also believe that we have to do far more to prevent people from ever becoming homeless. I don't have control of the streets of Los Angeles, of Oakland, or the counties as governor. What I can control is the monies that we send and try to demand accountability. But the most important thing I believe, and this is where I will focus as governor, is trying to help that person that is on the very edge of losing their housing, whether it's their home or their apartment that they're renting. Because there are people who, under some circumstances, you lose your job unexpectedly. You're trying to get back to work, and it's taking you a little longer. You used up your savings. You're on the verge now of losing your apartment that you're renting. You have a medical emergency. You break your piggy bank open. You use it all up. It's not enough. You still have a big bill. All of a sudden, you have to make a decision. Do you pay the bill, or do you stay in your home? And I believe those are the folks that if we provided more support, and I would create a stabilizing fund that would be there to help those Californians who are in a home, make sure they don't lose their home. It will cost us far less to invest in someone maintaining their housing than trying to pull them off the street, get them to stand up, provide them the services, get them to temporary shelter, and then help them get reemployed. And so let's invest in prevention before we start talking about just trying to pick people off the street.
Why don't pause? Don't clap. That's so bad. But, like, dude, why are you saying this? Like, what are you talking about? We should invest just as much money we're talking about the $24 billion that we had that didn't solve the problem. Like, what are you talking about? Like how can we, like that's such a weird answer, right? I mean, am I going crazy? I'm not impressed, man. I'm not impressed.
Because hold it to the end. You mentioned that.
I love it. I was just reclaiming my time
as a mental health question. One of the difficult questions within that conversation is the role of coercion. What do you do when people are on the street?
They don't do
having
it.
mental health problems, and they don't want to go in for treatment. They don't want to go into a home. What would your approach to that?
No, Michelle, it's gone. That's the thing, is that it's all gone. And that was so that's the problem, is that like $22 billion got spent in like 24. Like, where did it go? Like that, like what? Like, how are there not giant new apartment buildings, or, you know what I mean? Like, how is, like, what? There's no way. That's so much money.
That be?
First, I think we have to give everyone an opportunity to have an out. And when I established the 988 program, and I hope some of you are familiar with it, it's like 911, but for mental health crisis and suicide prevention.
What is he talking about?
If you dial 988 or actually text or chat, you'll get someone who'll help you, not as a police officer, but as someone who can provide you services. We do that. We have a dedicated line for veterans who are hurting. We had, but this administration took it away, a line for LGBTQI who wanted to be able to speak to somebody who would understand their concern. We have to give people an out, an opportunity. But what happens too often is we don't do that, and then we don't do the second thing, is to make sure that we tell folks, we are your keeper. I am my brother and my sister's
Oh, okay,
keeper.
cool.
We will not let you languish in the streets. And if you keep saying no, and it's clear that you need help, then it's really our responsibility as civilized people to make sure we provide our brother or sister some assistance. And so I think we have to get to that point. We don't let people make that decision when it's clear they're not making the right decisions for themselves.
When you say that you want to see,
Stop
boss.
Stop
When you
applauding.
say that you want to see more accountability in homelessness programs, that's not a new thing to hear. from
Yeah,
leaders,
exactly.
right? It's not like Governor Newsom doesn't want accountability in the homelessness
Dude, amazing. God, Ezra's so good, dude. Gosh, that's so good.
policies that he puts forward.
Yeah.
When I've talked to mayors of major cities.
Like, we
they
should
talk about
spend
this. So
less
very
waste. Like,
specifically, what would you do that has not already been done?
Very similar to the carrot and stick approach, which I use, by the way.
What
At
are you
HHS,
talking about?
We had to help doctors switch from paper record keeping.
What is he
prescriptions,
talking
medical
about?
records to digital. To finally.
what is he talking about? They were like, specifically, what things are you going to do in order to hold these people accountable? And he starts talking about this. Are you serious? Ezra Klein is a columnist for the New York Times. He has his podcast, Ezra Klein Show. And he's been like an independent journalist, a blogger. He helped he founded Vox, and then he worked at the Washington Post, and then now the New York Times.
Join the electronic world. A lot of folks said we can't afford it. And so what we did was we scaled it. We said, look, we're going to give you
Stop
incentives
talking
to
about this.
change your practice into one that can function electronically. And we're going to give you incentive, but at some point, it's going to become penalty if you don't join the real world. We would do the same thing. There's a locality. You have programs, but they're not resulting in success. Then we have to terminate those programs or stop the funding. I will then scale those programs that are working. I'll take the money from the programs that aren't working.
So that's
and I'll scale
$24
those
billion.
programs
So you have $24 billion now because they're all being canceled.
that are working. And that's what you have to do, is you have to carrot the stick, but I will use the stick at the end of the day because taxpayers are paying for folks to be pulled off the street.
Mr. Steyer.
What?
You said the most
What an
compassionate thing
answer.
we can do
There's still
is
a
revive
way.
interim housing to get people where they want to be. It's not a new strategy, building interim housing from shelters to other approaches. And it tends to run into two problems. One is that communities often don't want it, and they fight it very, very hard. Much harder than they fight a normal apartment building or something like that. Another is that
Miss Cake, you're exactly right. They're bussed here. They're bussed here from other states. So it's crazy. The other states don't have homeless problems because California basically takes care of other people's. It's kind of like, it's gross. It's like inhumane. I feel like that obviously these states should deal with their own people and their own communities that feel pushed out by the economy. You know, they should take care of that. They became homeless there, so
These are often.
Why don't they ship them back? I don't think that, because I don't think we're cruel. I don't think that's why. I mean, there's enough people here that they can just kind of like stay here, you know. It's okay. I mean, I would rather have them be here, genuinely, you know. Like, if I do think that, like, if, look, there should be an onus for those governors to, you know, be here. But if they feel persecuted and pushed out, and they're not going to be taken care of, and they're going to be exploited, and then I'd rather them be here, you know. Yeah, Cake, that does happen. Exactly. Yeah. It's higher quality of life for them here, you know.
Restrictive spaces, you can't bring your partner, you can bring your pets. So how do you solve those problems that have made interim housing not the answer that many people hoped it would be?
Well, let me take a step back, Ezra, because
all these guys.
I agree with Javier that keeping people off the street is the first thing, because no one gets well on the street. The street itself, being homeless is an incredibly stressful, vulnerable, and dangerous condition. And so when you think about the mental health issues of homeless people, only 1 in 7 people who becomes homeless has a mental health problem, but virtually everyone who stays on the street for a long time develops one. So I agree with what Javier was saying, which is we need to keep people off the street, because it is much cheaper, and he was talking about it from the standpoint of money, but it's also much cheaper from the standpoint of mental health. And so that is the first thing. The second thing that I've said is we need to get people off the street as fast as possible before the dangers and vulnerability on the street multiplies the problems that those people have when they originally become homeless. And the reason that I've said emergency interim housing, and I would dispute exactly how you characterized it, is this. The strategy that the state of California has right now is shelters and permanent assisted housing. People hate going into shelters because they actually think they're dangerous. They have no privacy. They're not allowed to bring their pets. And it's something many, many people on the street would prefer to be on the street than to be in a shelter. The difference about emergency interim housing is you actually have privacy. You have a room with a key. You are allowed to bring your pet. You don't have to be clean. There is shared food and laundry services, and there's wraparound services. And what I believe is true is that the majority, not 100% of the people on the street, are willing to go into emergency interim housing, to the tune of somewhere around 70%.
Wow.
And so, in fact, when we look at the strategy we've had, which is shelters and permanent assisted housing, it has failed. And those permanent assisted housing, as you said, in terms of the cost of low-income housing, it costs somewhere between $750,000 and $1 million a key. So what I'm talking about is something that is much cheaper, much faster, that people like much, much more than the strategies that we're employing now. And in fact, deal with the biggest issue we have, which is being on the street itself is incredibly dangerous and causes multiple problems. So my actual goal is to keep people off the street, get people off the street for their sake, to be compassionate, and also because, look, SB 79, Buffy Wick's bill, which I strongly supported and continue to support, is about building densely around public transportation. For that to happen and for people to want to live there, we need safe, fun cities, walkable cities where kids can walk. And it's absolutely critical that they feel safe walking down that street, and that, in fact, that's the kind of fun community Californians want.
Let me ask you about
Okay, cool, guys. I'm crashing. I gotta go to bed. I was up this morning, and then I gotta take the kiddos to a baseball game tomorrow morning, so I gotta go. But yeah, dude, I think that's a great idea by Star. I think That's what I like about him, and the fact that he actually brings like some interesting solutions and stuff. Like Javier was like, we got to hold people accountable. We got to hold people accountable. And I'm just like, accountable to what? What are you talking about? I don't get it. All right, guys, I got to go to bed, but I will talk to you guys later, and we'll probably do a science stream tomorrow, science show. We'll see how it goes. All right. See ya. Bye.